Another tool for our mission.
Alright. About as good a time as any, I suppose. Been about 15 minutes. End of a song. Yeah, I mean, honestly, really the only thing that you get spoiled for you by watching a speedrun is the ending. Um, Again, not to go too far into the mechanics of the game, but it's one of the games where if you know how to get to the ending, you can just go straight there. But that's kind of the whole point of the game is figuring out what to do. So once um, you can skip like 99% of the game probably, and then just finish it. So you probably didn't spoil too much except for like the actual, maybe the solution to the last puzzle. Although I'm sure, unless you just watched it like yesterday, you probably didn't have a lot of context. You probably don't remember it, but uh, yeah, I definitely agree with Path was pretty adamant that people who plan to play it not watch him play it. Um, and I understand why, and I've always understood to an extent because I did watch, um, I watched a review that kind of explained the basics of the game without going into a lot of story. They kind of told you what happens, how the game works, but didn't tell you why, which I think was not really a spoiler. So I went in with a certain knowledge, but I don't think that it ruined any part of the game for me. Um, it's something that you find out very, very early on anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. But I definitely understand why he was throwing people out of his chat and be like, "No, you can't watch. You need to leave. Play it on your own." Um, because yeah, if you watch solutions to all the puzzles, I mean that's the game. And so if you know those things, then there's really no real fun in the fun is discovering. The fun is discovering and figuring things out, and that's when the game feels satisfying. Is when you've maybe been kind of stuck at a roadblock for a little bit, and then all of a sudden you find a new place or you discover a new, um, you know, just new knowledge, new lore, whatever the case may be, and that's when the game feels like you're doing something and it feels good. Um, it's not really a game that I would say that you can get good at. Really, the only mechanic to speak of is the flight, which is very basic and also not that important. So yeah, and that's kind of where I was. I had seen maybe like 10 minutes of another person stream this game like 2 years ago. I had read some reviews and things about what the game was to see if it was something that I might be interested in. I decided it was. And from that point forward, everybody and everything was saying, don't read anymore, don't do anything else, or else the game is not going to be very enjoyable. So I understand it now, for sure. Even though Path was a little bit mean about it, I understand why. Um, because yeah, it is really the fun and the enjoyment of the game is all about discovering. And if you've already seen it all, then there's really nothing left to discover. Um, so I get it. So I'm sitting here and I got my notebook. I'm looking at all my notes from last session. They make no sense to me whatsoever. uh, so they were really worthwhile. Fortunately, like Barb said, I think the ship's log actually probably did a better job at explaining some of these things than I did. But that's okay. It's kind of fun. All right, France, thanks for dropping by, and I hope when you do get around to this game, I hope you enjoy it. So have a good afternoon. But yeah, I did write some things that I don't think were in the ship's log. That I'm hoping will help me out. but largely it's just a lot of nonsense, and I didn't like leave myself enough space in certain areas, so I was like cramming things into margins and then like skipping down lines. So they're a little hard to follow. But you know what? I've really found there's a streamer that I follow. If you never heard them or follow them, I highly recommend. Even though they're not here, I don't even know. Do I have to have a bot for this to work? Band to work? Yeah, I guess so. Well, anyway, there's there's the name of a person, Karkala. She's mostly a retro streamer. Plays a lot of old school RPGs. Hold on, let me get the game capture up so I can stop alt tabbing. Plays a lot of retro RPGs and stuff, but also plays some other like retro games. And every once in a while, on like a weekend stream, we'll play like a more modern game. But she really got me into this. Taking notes while playing games, because I really do struggle with finishing stuff. And one of the things that I find is once you've started a game and then you take a break that maybe is longer than you intended, the hardest part of coming back to it is trying to remember like what was going on, what you were doing, some of like the core story elements. Like I don't summarize the whole story, but if something big happens, I'll jot it down. But that's really kind of helped me when I'm playing games to remember what's going on, and it makes it easier to come back because, you know, obviously I was just playing this 2 days ago. But like, perfect example, if I flip back a few pages, I did a playthrough of the Chrono Cross remaster, and that's a game I've played before, so I know it pretty well. But I took some notes to just be like, hey, here's the last thing you did, and here's what you were about to do. So that when I did take some time off, which ended up inevitably happening and ended up being months instead of a couple days like I intended, I was able to just go back to my notes and say like, oh hey, yeah, I just completed the Marbule side quest. I was about to go start collecting all the dragon emblems, or whatever they're called. And so it just really helps. So if you're like me, and you start a lot of games and then you take breaks and then you struggle to go back to them and then you end up ultimately never finishing them, get yourself a little notebook and take some notes. You know, here's a little. She's got a cute little emote of a taking notes. Just take some notes. I don't know. It helps me. I hope it helps somebody else out there. But I do the same thing with like Legend of Dragoon. That's a game that I've taken almost a year away from, and I'm hoping to go back and finish it up probably after I finish this game. I was downstairs the other day doing laundry, and I just, you know, that's where my PlayStation 3 is. That's what I was playing on. And I saw my notebook, and I just started flipping through it, and I was like, oh yeah, here's where I was, here's what I was doing. I made it to disc 3. This was the big story thing, and this is what the game wanted me to do next. And so I feel like when I do sit down and start playing it again, that you know, there'll obviously be a little rust with the combat, but I feel like overall, though, I can step back into that game relatively easily and not feel overwhelmed. So, well, I've given people enough time. Don't want to keep everybody waiting too long, the people that are actually here. So I'm going to go ahead and get started and get back into it. So I had kind of, at least to my knowledge, exhausted the activities that I think I can do on Brittle Hollow. That's where I spent almost all my time on Tuesday, was at Brittle Hollow. I did a lot of exploration. I think I got to most of the areas, except for like, there was like this black hole core, or something like quantum core factory, and I found a way to like raise it up, but then I didn't figure out what you were supposed to do with it. So I'm hoping maybe that's something else that the game will reveal to me in time. But I kind of did everything else. Like, I found a bunch of things that I feel like I'm missing pieces to be able to interact with, and so I feel like it's time to move on to another area, and hopefully, so does that mean there's like a person on the Ember Twins? I was gonna go to, dang it, the game is doing that thing again where it won't lock on. This is a really strange thing where like it won't lock on, but if I rebind the lock on button to the exact same thing that it already is, all of a sudden it'll start to work. I don't really understand it, but anyway, I think I was originally gonna go to the Giant Steep next, but I think I'm gonna go to the Ember Twin, just because I feel like based on the size of the planet, it's not gonna take as long to fully explore. But I have to not get pulled into the sun, which is a big... You know, that may be an unpopular opinion, but I don't think it's a wrong thing to do. I don't think there's anything wrong with playing on keyboard and mouse. I've gotten to the point now where... Oh, jeez. I've just gotten so used to playing stuff with a controller that it just really feels better for me. Oops, okay. Well, that's okay. We landed. We can fix it up. I feel like it feels better for me, and honestly, like, one of the only genres that I really play with keyboard and mouse these days, unless the game does not have a controller option, and which of course then, yeah, you do what you gotta do, but one of the only genres that I play with keyboard and mouse anymore is shooters, and I don't play a lot of shooters, so no, so I don't play a ton of stuff outside of controller anymore. So I've just really gotten used to it, and I like controllers. Oh, here's another jig. So this is when I put the Ember Twin tablet. I'm gonna pause so I don't run out of time while I speak my mind here and just kind of walk myself through some things. When I use the Ember Twin tablet, and I used it at like the thing that's in this little pit on the other planet, this is what I saw. Like, where I'm standing is what I saw. So based on one of the last tablets that I found, it really seems like these pits were like an advanced telephone system where no matter which pedestal you put it in, like what I'm standing in right now is essentially a phone booth. And the tablets are essentially like, I guess, the phone number, so to speak. So no matter which pit you're standing in, if you put the Ember Moon or the Ember Twin tablet into it, you'll see what I'm seeing right now. You'll be in this pit and you'll be able to look around. But if you step outside, it exits. So I don't think it matters. So I know I was kind of debating on whether or not I needed to collect the tablets and to actually take them to the Tower of Quantum Knowledge, because it had one of these pits. I don't think it would do anything different. So unless I really get stuck, that's like that's now like last on my list of like ideas for if I get stuck with progress. But I really don't think it's going to reveal anything new. Now, if there was another pedestal, because if there's usually a second pedestal nearby, and if you put a tablet into it, then there's like a written message as well. Um, so I don't know if they're meant to like always be paired together. Like wherever you find one of these, there should also be one of the others nearby, so that like you can see the message. But that's kind of what I've sussed out about the tablets. Now this thing, I don't know what this is, but it's going down into the planet. So I guess I need to find a way in. Okay, here's like a power line. Oh, ghost matter. Ghost. Oh, these. Oh, jeez, Louise. That thing is rotating. Okay. And it pours sand on you. So what does this say? Crash site caves, 60 meters. Sunless city. So, yeah, if I equipped a scout launcher. Yeah, there's ghost matter in there, so I can't go in there, or it'll kill me. Okay. Well, I guess we'll have to figure that out later. Maybe I find a way to deal with ghost matter somewhere. Because the other place that I found ghost matter, it ended up being in like an empty building, so like it didn't really prohibit me from. Oh jeez, that always scares me when I hear it. It sounds like the oxygen is leaking, but it's actually refilling. I don't think it prohibited me from finding anything because it was in an empty house. But that one is right around like a teleporter thing, so... Or a lift, I should say. Oh, here we go. So I would think I eventually have to find a way to deal with ghost matter. Of note, this passage leads to breathable air. Refill your supply tank there. We cannot tell how far deep these tunnels may wind, but do not linger as the area is exposed to the heat of this alien sun. Okay. A little spooky. Alright, it definitely looks like a bottomless pit, so you don't want to fall in this place. Yes, this is my first experience. We have an enormous cavern. We found an enormous cavern at the end of this passage that appears promising. I believe we could construct a long-term shelter. The cavern Melore found is a wise choice for shelter. Could one of you mark directions for the others to follow? This is the start of the path to the shelter site. If left directions to guide, I've left directions to guide you there. Reading is hard. Of note, this person always starts with saying of note. Of note, we must hurry as the pathway there is filling with sand. Do not allow yourself to be buried by sand. Make sure no one is lost. Okay, so yeah, don't get buried by the sand. Always a good idea. Okay, so there's a little path that goes down. More stuff over here. Oh, hello. What is this? Emerges. Oh, escape hatch. Yeah, that's right. That's what the door looked like when I found the escape pod at the other place, and I kicked it off. Oh, and there's the escape pod right above me. Okay, I'll go up there in a sec. Keep moving, friends. There is nothing of interest at the end of this passage but rocks. And while these rocks are interesting, they can wait until a less urgent time. So I'll probably want to go down there at some point. Do not follow this tunnel to its end. Coleus and I will examine the horror that lies at Terminus later, provided we live through this. Okay, well now I definitely don't want to go down there. So let's... Ah! This. The heat from the star system's sun is more bearable below the surface. When our escape pod punctured this planet's surface, it broke into what scans show is a cave system with much cooler air. I would recommend we seek a site down there to build a long-term shelter. Anona, but these passages are a maze. Even with this danger, they are still our best chance for survival. Reform teams and descend into the caves to look for a shelter site. We can mark our findings on the walls to avoid becoming irreversibly lost. That's what I do in Minecraft. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, I don't have a reason to believe that they would lie here because they're leaving notes for like their own people, but also like maybe they're not. Beware the sand as you search, it appears to be rising gradually. Alright. Yeah. Escape pod 2. Vessel has been mortally injured. Emergency sequence activated. Launching 3, launching 2. Collision imminent, preparing for impact. Scanning external environment. Scan complete. Temperatures prohibitively high. Inhospitable. Do not seek shelter on planet surface. It's interesting because I can't remember now. Again, I'm gonna try to get in the, I'm sorry if this is not exciting, but I'm gonna get in the habit of pausing when I want to have a dialogue so that I don't waste time in the loop. But I wonder, I can't remember exactly what the other beacon said because this one specifically did not say anything about Escape Pod 1. It said launching 3 and then 2, but it never said anything about Escape Pod 1. So I'm wondering if Escape Pod 1 like didn't actually get away from the ship, because in like the little mural that I found in the other in Hollow Brittle, um, it showed like the 3 escape pods like landing on different planets, and it showed one landing here, one landing on Hollow Brittle, and another one looked like it got trapped in the Dark Bramble along with the vessel. So I wonder if that's like an intentional thing, or if it was just just a coincidence. I highly doubt it was a coincidence, but oh, another recording. We need status reports for all systems, but initial things first is everyone unharmed. Our escape pod's passengers are afraid but physically well. Everyone survived the crash. This is a relief at least. You have my gratitude, Burr. Were you able to find the other escape pod distress signals? I can hear both signals somewhere in this star system, but I don't believe either escape pod crashed on the same planet as us. So again, there's the beacon, and we can, and so we can, that's how I could have found this place if I wanted to, but I just happened to stumble into it. Alright, we're gonna go back down into the caves. See what we can find. Looks like I have gotten everything on board the ship. So I'm gonna start with the boring one. I'm gonna go down the one that says there's just rocks, because I'm wondering if they're like... No, they're literally just rocks. Alright. Well, I appreciate that you think my thoughts are interesting. But yeah, I want to, Okay, so there's an anglerfish in here. I can see its teeth. And its little thing. And I can see writing in there, but I don't know... if it's alive or just a skeleton. Looks like just a skeleton. Okay, it's definitely just a skeleton. So, it is a scary little monster, but, well, there's a dead guy down there. So I don't know how to get in there yet. But, yeah, anyway, well, I'm glad you think my thoughts are interesting, but I think that was part of what slowed me down last time, was I would take a bunch of time to, like, talk about what I'm thinking about, and not do a lot of moving, and then I was running out of time every time I got somewhere important, and having to, like, repeat a bunch of stuff. Okay. There. So I'm going to try to be better about that. Sand. And pausing is a way that helps. The path to the shelter site is somewhat convoluted, so follow the instructions ahead closely. Okay, I'll do that. Because one of the things was, like, when I started the game, there was an option for, like, pausing time when you're in dialogue. And so I naturally, incorrectly assumed that that also applied to reading, and found out later that is not the case, because I found some stuff that I wanted to read, but the world was exploding. So, to reach the shelter site, walk forward until you meet the sandfall at the pit, then turn left. Continue to the rock-filled room with rock column formations and climb upward through the opening. Oh, you can't pause. Okay. Alright, so Ember Twin, shelter, go forward, sandfall, left, then turn left. Continue to room. Rock columns. Go up to opening. Alright. Sand here is rising, so you must be cautious and swift. Yeah, I understand. You would think, though, if the sand was truly rising, that eventually the whole place would be under sand. Check a few things here. Okay, that was a circle. There's two paths, though. Which one is it? Oh, again, I think they circle on each other. Okay. So go forward until... Oh. Oh, was it talking about this when it said the sandfall? Then go left. Another circle. Here we go. Okay, it was a much shorter journey than I anticipated, and the floor is rising. Okay, so maybe that's another, like, timed element that you have to compete with on this world. Is that if you want to investigate certain elements, you have to make it there quickly. You missed a little, not much. This is my first... life, so to speak, since coming back. Be cautious crossing the chasm ahead. The bridge Mallory and I crafted will do the job, but it isn't strong. Once on the far side, look for the tunnel hidden behind the falling sand. Follow it and you'll reach the shelter. Anything? Where it wanted me to go, or is this where I want me to go? Definitely told me to, like, go across something, but... I hear something else breathing. Oh, that's me breathing, and I'm running out of oxygen. Really nice to find this shelter site, like, real quick. Okay, that's filling up with sand. And hope that they have some trees there. Oh, balls. Alright, I'm back where I started. Cactus? Oxygen? You're doing well. There's only a little farther left until you reach shelter. You can rest there. Hurry before the sand comes. I'm more concerned about the... Hurry before the oxygen runs out. Oh no. Open please, open please, open please, open please, open. Ah! I couldn't tell if that was a place where there would be oxygen or not, to be perfectly honest. Okay. Well, we at least got there. If I don't do so much derping around in the tunnels this time, now that I know that most of them are just loops and dead ends, I think I'll be in good shape. Ugh, now this coffee is cold, but it's still really strong, and so it's just gross. Ugh. Bah. Yeah, Path missed my revelation discovery discussion about the tablets and the platforms. I've kind of realized that the tablets are non-specific, meaning I don't think it matters where you put them. I think they're always, if you put them in one of the wells, it's always going to show you the projection area of whatever planet you're looking at. And if you put it in one of the things by the walls, it's always going to show you the same message. So I've kind of abandoned that theory that I need to take like a specific tablet to the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Because full disclosure, this is something I did after I went off stream the other day. Because I really wanted to know if that was like if that was something that I needed to do, because I was, oh geez, we're gonna hit hard, that's okay. Because I really got kind of crazy about the fact that there was like a tablet in there. Or a place for a tablet, but there was no tablet in there, so I did what I said I wasn't going to do on stream, which was sit there in that place again until it got hit by the rock and fell into the white hole. Then once I was in the white hole, I went and got the Ember Twin tablet, and I brought it to the Tower of Quantum Knowledge, and it just shows the same thing. So okay, this is the start. All right. So I kind of figured out that was not what I was missing in that area, like to make progress happen. Oh, see, this is interesting. Oh no, I saw that one. Forward to the sandfall. See, now, like, the place is not that full of sand. Ugh! Balls. Balls. Piles of balls. Okay. Okay. I want out. I want out of this place. Oh no. I wonder if I live here now until it fills up enough that I can get out. Oh, conjunctivitis. That's not fun. Okay, what is this? Oh, I can get up here. Okay. Okay, we're fine. That stinks. I hope it's not conjunctivitis. I hope maybe you just have like goopy eyes or something. Alright, then I said to come in here and go up. I find it in my advancing age that like my eyes get crusty a lot. Like not quite as bad as conjunctivitis, but like more so than just like, hey, yeah, in the mornings I have a little bit of goop in my eyes. Like I have to like wash my eyes out several times a day because they just get all gunked up. I don't know. you know, you're welcome for sharing that medical, yeah, up. Look, insight into my life, but I don't know if it's because I have, so, you know, this is not a brag or anything, but I have very long eyelashes, to the point where, like, whenever I go to the eye doctor, they're always like, how do you get your eyelashes so long? And I'm like, well, you know I'm not doing anything, so, this is amazing. Look inside the cave. How did this come to rest here? We haven't encountered others in these caves. I think it's a rare find. From what we can see, Coleus and I believe the specimen must be very old indeed. Imagine what we might learn if we could examine it. We both agree it's unlikely this dry planet is this horror's place of origin, especially considering what we observed during the vessel's evacuation. Clearly, this hole is too small for it to fit through. Hypothesis, there is another entrance to this cave. If there is, Coleus and I will find it, and we can't have valuable information undiscovered. Okay, so I assume it's talking about the fish. An update, we need to find a way inside quickly, Melore, because when I returned here to search for an entrance to the cave, there were children playing on the specimen. Yeah, this looks to be the same. Same skeleton. Yep, and there's the dead kids, unfortunately, and then there's the thing that I can't read. Alright, well, let's go. Let's go back, that's sad. But yeah, my eyelashes for whatever reason are really long, so I don't know if if they just trap stuff more than normal people eyelashes, or oh, yeah, we'll circle back to that. Anglerfish fossil overlook. All right, I already went that. Well, this is depressing. There's just a bunch of dead people in here. I've seen kind of like a purple glow, which makes me think there's something here, but then I don't see anything. Oh, there it is. Something is glowing in there. This is one of my least favorite areas. I don't like this. This is like, this game, this is another reason why I've kind of put this game off a bit. Because like I said, I did watch a single stream of this for about 15 minutes. 10-15 minutes or whatever a couple years ago. And you know, he was at Giant's Deep. And I don't like things that are underwater. I don't, you know, don't like underwater levels, don't like scary sea monsters. And now I find that we're in a cave system where I keep running out of oxygen. I do kind of have a claustrophobia thing. Not like terrible. Here we go. Here's some high quality O2. Yeah, no, Subnautica, I hate Subnautica. I can't, like, watching that game just is uncomfortable the whole time. Should we build the sun station to power the Ash Twin project? Are there other ways to generate this level of power? Theoretically, yes. Practically, no. I can't imagine discovering them in our lifetime. I understand this proposal is unsettling, but the sun station must be built if we hope to complete the Ash Twin project. I almost can't comprehend this is being suggested seriously. The purpose of the sun station goes against every standard we hold ourselves to and everything we believe in as a species. Unsurprisingly, IDA, I disagree. We're pushing a possible new technology further than ever before. That, in my experience, is the defining characteristic of our species. If we fail, and the probability of this is not insignificant, we will without question destroy ourselves, all life here, and the rest of this star system. I wish to protect these species. Potential annihilation of an entire star system is too severe a cost. We shouldn't build the sun station, no matter how badly we want the knowledge that comes with it. Fear of failure is a poor reason not to try. I believe if we're cautious, the sun station will work. I believe in Pi. Pi. Poke, I'm deeply honored. Ida, whatever. I just call her Ida. Ida, I comprehend your position. However, if we aren't all but certain the sun station will not cause destruction once we built it, then I won't support the station's use. So that might be the thing that I've seen floating around the sun. Because I've noticed like an artificial man-made, or we'll say man-made structure floating around the sun a couple of times. And been like, hey, what's that? And Artie told me it was the sun. And I was like, no, idiot. Anglerfish. Oh, dude, lights! Stepping Stone District. Oh my goodness. Alright, now this I do like. High Energy Lab Trailhead. Where's that at? Even further down? Oh, I think it's being covered by sand. Eye Shrine District. So this looks like maybe something where you have to get here fast enough and explore this area before it fills up with sand. It makes me wonder because like they're talking in all their notes about, hey, by the way, this place is filling up with sand. I'm gonna turn them all off so I know which one I'm exploring. So this is the Anglerfish Overlook District. Yeah, I can't deal with Subnautica. It's like it's too much. This was the entrance. Okay. I would like sandwiches. Now there's a elevator turned on. Still can't get in there because of this, so I wonder if I take that elevator. Ow. Okay. Knowledge. Pointy hurts. Where was that thing at? Ugh. Okay. Alright, I fell in. There. Not the right place. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, shoot my scout in there so I know which one to drop down. Aha! Who's been computing shuttle trajectories to the sun station? Don't worry, the station is in such low stellar orbit, we've constructed a different, safer way to travel there from Ash Twin. Oh. It's purely theoretical exercise on my part, Yarrow, but who doesn't love computing a good low stellar orbit shuttle trajectory? Pi, I look forward to working with you, but I am also relieved it will be easy to return to Ash Twin regularly. That would be Pi. I told her we wouldn't be traveling there by shuttle and that the sun station doesn't even have a landing pad, but she said she knew. Okay, so there's a way on the other twin planet to get to that sun station without flying into the sun, which is exactly what I would have done had I not just read that. Okay. That's probably what I was meant to find here. I didn't see anything else while I was poking around here earlier. Back. But I'm guessing I'm going to have to make at least a couple trips to this place because, like I said, it definitely looks like... Yeah, these places are getting covered up by sand. I think I can get to the Eye Shrine. That's way up top. But there's ghost energy there, so I can't go in there. Right? Yes, okay, there's ghost energy. Can't go in there. Hey there, Darkris. What's up, man? Welcome, first time chatter. Playing some Outer Wilds here, first playthrough. Actual thing at. Well, I wouldn't watch me because not very good. Oh, and I just locked myself in here. But I've done some interesting things. I found my way into a place last time that I don't think I was supposed to get yet. And I had high hopes that I was going to be able to sequence break the game and skip like half of it. But as it ended up, that was not the case. Okay, well I can't seem to get in there. Just energy detected. Guessing there's ghost energy in there as well. And also pricklies. Can't get in there. I cannot access the Eye Shrine just yet. Yeah, this place is quickly filling up with sand. Gravity cannon. Oh, there's another one of these things, huh? More ghost energy. This looks fairly okay. This ghost energy detected. There's me. I see no ghost energy. Also, I don't see much else because this place is quickly filling up with sand. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Oh, gravity cannon. Okay. Here's this planet's gravity cannon. It seems to be buried. Mostly. Looks like something I could probably come back to pretty easily. It's on the surface. Lab and see if there's any discoverable stuff. Guess I'm just gonna need to come back on another loop. But I made it I won't call it a discovery because it's, you know, nothing like profound, but you know, when we were playing the other day, I was like, man, I wish there was just a, like, for lack of a better term, a suicide button, reset button, to just be like, alright, give me a new cycle, because I'm kind of stuck where I'm at, nothing else to explore, and I, you know, like now, you know, everything's covered in sand, can't really access any of this stuff anymore. Oh, hello. What is this now? That's a large structure, huh? Oh, is that the... Oh, so once all the sand has poured off of the ash moon, there's structures underneath. Okay, that's really interesting, actually. And it's got its own little gravity here. Okay. Alright, well, I'm glad I didn't suicide button there. Apparently there's a little more to figure out here. But yeah, anyway, what I figured out you can do is, since there is no, you know, permanent progression to speak of in this game, you can just quit. You can just do quit to main menu, and it'll just say like, hey, do you want to abandon this loop and go to the main menu? So you, in theory, would just start, you know, a new loop next time you play. So, in a sense, where if you did something where you're like, yeah, there's just really nothing for me to do, and I don't want to wait around, you don't have to brutalize yourself. You can just hit the quit button and start a new loop. Okay, here we go. we're gonna run out of oxygen and fuel though, so. But this is a good discovery. This is get this stupid thing out of my way. Oh, this is just the way up. Okay. Kind of stumbled into this by accident, but I'm glad I did. I feel like that's kind of been my MO for this game. I've discovered a couple really big plot points completely by accident. Oh, that's the other planet. I saw that like beacon and I thought it was so this looks like a teleporter. I recognize this from the White Hole Station, so I'm guessing this is the teleportation device they talked about to be able to go to the sun zone, but I'm out of oxygen, so I haven't done any laundry since Nax got there. I mean, I guess it depends on how much laundry do you have, you know? If you have a lot of laundry in terms of like things to wear, like, you know, maybe that's not a big deal. Because, you know, you still have plenty of stuff. This means more stuff you're going to have to wash when you finally get around to it. That's weird. The explosion looks, looked different this time around. Strange. I woke up in a slightly different spot. Oh yeah, I forgot you also have to do like other people's laundry. Sometimes I forget that not everybody lives alone like I do. Funny how that works. Oh, your kids do school uniforms? I almost, you know, as much as like, you know, I enjoyed my, you know, my distinct style and originality when I was in middle school and high school, like, looking back, I almost wish my school had done uniforms because, you know, it's just a lot of social barricades that were put up revolving around what kind of clothes you wore. And I didn't really let that stuff bother me too much, but I know some people, it's a real struggle. That just kind of stinks, but I suppose that's part of this thing we call life, but... What happens if I fly into the center here? Aside from just like smashing. Okay, okay, alright. This was not my greatest. Don't really see much. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, no, I think we're being drawn into the planet's core because of its density. Oh, let's see if I can get out. No. No, this really wasn't a great idea. Hey, there's the sun station. Just an exploratory option. I don't think this was a good idea. The gravity down here is real wonky. Also, getting crushed by sand. Okay, well now we know. Don't fly into the center. Doesn't seem to be anything there. Probably do another loop here and then like a fiver. A little fiver, 5 minutes, stretch, hydrate break. That kind of thing, you know. Get a fresh cup of coffee since this one went cold. Since I brewed a whole pot, there's no sense in heating it up. Oh, what was that? Don't know what that is. Unknown thing. We'll go there someday though. I saw it on the big star map in the very beginning of the game. And it was kind of like elusive, like it didn't want to be targeted or locked onto. If it's anything like when I was in the bramble though, red light means anglerfish, which means I don't want any part of it. Alright, so we'll try to come down. So this looks to be a teleportation area, so that's probably where you would... Hold on. There's the gravity cannon. I know I said I need to like get down there in a hurry and like explore, but I don't want to poke around the surface and see if there's any other points of interest. Like that little like lit up S looks a lot like the teleport area from Brittle Hollow, so I'm guessing that's just where you would like in theory teleport back to if you went to the sun station. But I could be wrong, I don't know. But I'm gonna check out up here. Oh, no I'm not. These little buildings. Here's a scroll, jetpack fuel, and a recording. Chert's research note, property of Chert. Clearly the Nomai were making astronomical observations here. They chose an excellent spot. What is this big rotating device for? What was it the Nomai were observing? I'd posit there's something special about the orange symbol on that device. HAL and the new astronaut's translator tool would be nice to have handy about now. Device. This device? Oh. Look at device. So this is the Ember Twin. That's Timber Hearth, Brittle Hollow. Not sure what that's supposed to be, and I think that's supposed to be the Bramble. And that's the Giant. Oh, what is this? Why is this one moving? I mean, they said this is the one they wanted to read. Oh, there's the Interloper. Looks like he's gonna crash right into us. Nope, it missed. Interesting. Okay, let's come here. What happened to my scroll? I had a scroll in my hand. No, put away. How do I... Put away. Okay, scroll's back. But where to put scroll? Because there's already a scroll here. This planet sometimes, and only sometimes, has a moon. This is also of note. It appears if no one is watching it. Oh, I wonder if that one that's moving around is where the phantom moon, or the quantum moon is. Isn't that a fascinating orbital characteristic? This is my first time encountering a natural satellite with the ability to vanish when not being watched. We should study it, or even better, we should travel there. I agree, but our first step would be determining a method to track this phantom moon so that we can always know where it is. Given its reluctance to move while consciously observed, it might be a form of macroscopic quantum mechanics. I found your note, Melore. Kindly count me among the moon's admirers. What is happening when it disappears? I doubt it ceases to exist. Does it move to another location? I believe so. Not only does the moon appear around Brittle Hollow, I can confirm it sometimes orbits Timber Hearth as well. Interesting, interesting. Ship log updated, interesting. I have a scroll, I have a scroll. Wah wah wee woo. Ooh la la. Well, question is there a place around here where I can insert this scroll, or do I need to come here first, get the scroll, smack into the wall as hard as possible, and then take it down, all the way down to the shelter? Because there was a wall there that you could put a scroll in, and that room had a scroll in it, so that's what I did. So here's the beacon and the escape pod. I know I can drop the scroll, but the thing is I want to read the scroll. And you have to find a wall to put the scroll in. And there wasn't one around where I picked it up. I thought maybe there would be one across the way where that device was. But the only one is this one here. It's already got a thing in it, and you can't take it out. Oh my gosh, you can? Are you kidding me? This is... I tried doing that before on one of the other things and it didn't work, and so I just assumed it wasn't a mechanic. That makes me upset, but thank you for telling me. I know I could have done it the other way, but that would have been a pain. The quantum moon locator is functioning. We have markers for each of the places the moon goes. Anona Burr, I just observed the quantum moon in orbit around Dark Bramble. I added a marker for Dark Bramble. I thought the locator now accounted for all the Phantom Moon's locations, but sometimes the locator can't tell where the moon is. perhaps there's a problem with the device. It's also possible there exists a sixth place in the star system to which the phantom moon travels. And we've heard that before. In fact, I think that's like the whole point of the shuttle, was to go to the sixth place where the phantom moon travels. You know what? It might have been because I didn't put the other scroll down. I bet it was yesterday when I was trying to do it. You have keen eyes, my friends, so this moon travels to a total of 5 locations, not 4. But now we know it to be 6, not 5. Okay, okay. Interesting lore. So I think what I'm gonna do is at this point in time, by the time I make it down to the shelter, it's gonna be mostly full of sand, and so I think what I'll do instead is I'm gonna putz around the surface again, see if I see anything. So there's the gravity cannon, the beacon. If I see anything else, any other points of interest, been there. That's where I first landed. And this looks like one of the, yeah, this is one of the teleporter pads. Is there writing in this house? So I think what I'll do is I'll putz around the surface a little bit, and then once the yeah, once that stuff starts to unbury, I'll fly back up to the digger. Let's go. He says as he goes into a giant crevice. Oh, this leads to the escape pod. I've already been to the escape pod. Okay. So yeah, I think that'll be the plan, is I'll just kind of, again, just do a quick sweep of the surface, see if I see any other points of interest, and then I'll go up to the ash moon. It'll be nice to have my ship with me, so that way I have a source of fuel and oxygen, because that was my issue last time. Also medkit, since I did break my face by smashing into that signboard earlier. Okay, I already went to that. Already went to that. Some torches that go down. I wonder if that's just another way into the shelter tunnel system. Oh, this might be a much quicker way into the shelter tunnel system. No, this is something else. Unidentified signal nearby. Oh, hey, there's a dude up there. Okay, I can go see him. Oh, also tree. What's up, my dude? Chirp. Goodness, it's you. Hello. It takes a first launch. I take it your first launch went well then. Welcome to the Hourglass Twins. Mind the sand now. Hornfels asked me to update our star charts, so I'm out here observing. This is one of the best places in the solar system to spot astronomical events, you know. What's weird is I've actually seen a couple of supernova today. Usually I'd be fortunate to see just one. Keep an eye or four on the stars and maybe you'll spot one yourself. Well, you know. Yeah, I was, hold on, I'm gonna... yeah, so yeah, I've seen a supernova or two in my day. What can I do for you? I found something. Please do tell. I found your notes about the Adelrock's main crater. Did I? I probably did. I hope they were useful. The planet I mentioned may have been frozen solid or partially made of ice, like a much colder giant steep. It's hard to say. It used to be the 5th planet in our solar system. Oh yeah, this was when they wrote the thing about the chunks of rock that caused the crater, and they think it was a planet that exploded, potentially when the bramble seed went inside of it. You'll notice, of course, that there's no such planet now. In its place is dark bramble. Yeah, which is, how to put this, grew into the space the 5th planet used to occupy. That is, dark bramble quite literally appeared at the center of the 5th planet and began destroying it from the inside out. Eventually the planet shattered completely and its shards were flung across space. Some of those shards collided with the celestial bodies in our solar system, such as the Adelrock, which I believe is how its biggest crater was formed. Okay, so I do remember that. Goodness, it's you, hello, okay. I found Nomai writing about a hidden planet. How fascinating. It might interest you to know the existence of an additional planet is entirely plausible. If you look at the physics of our solar system, it would just have to be incredibly far out there, farther than the Harthian ships would be able to travel. And honestly, we don't know all that much about what's out there. The farther you go, the less we know. As such, it's well within the realm of possibility such a planet exists. Which would make sense because when we went to the observatory, there was like this planetary model thing we were able to activate, and it kind of put all the planets into their different orbits, and then there was one marked with the symbol of the eye, which is what the Nomai are, you know, obsessed with. And when you turn that one on, it creates a huge ring that just kind of flips all over the place because it says that it can't determine the location of the eye. And so I'm wondering if the eye is something that is very far away, and that's why they have to create these like quantum ships that can travel really, really far. I found Nomai writing about the quantum moon. Oh yes, everyone loves a good mystery, don't they? Who wouldn't wonder about a moon that's sometimes there and sometimes not? I've observed the quantum moon orbiting each of the 5 planets, but sometimes it quite simply disappears from the sky altogether. Maybe there's another place it travels to, which we do know there's a 6th location. Fortunately, if there is, I've never seen it. Perhaps it takes a closer look at these. If I take a closer look at these star charts. How do I know if I've spotted a supernova? They look like bright stars to the naked eye, but if you zoom in with your signal scope, you can tell they're actually enormous explosions. Massive stars go supernova at the very end of their lifespans, which is why it's so unusual to see 2 in a single day. I wonder if some of these stars are older than we realized. Doing? Right now I'm documenting stars. Hornfels notice our star charts are out of date, so they asked me to update them. Please don't tell the others I said this, but sometimes I think I'm the only traveler out here interested in doing any science at all. Maybe don't tell Hornfels either. I think that's pretty deep. They're pretty deep in denial. Where should I explore here? To be honest, I haven't left this lake bed. I don't mean to brag, but I'm really quite good with the little scout, so I've been taking pictures of everything from right here in my campsite. Have you seen the old shipwreck site on the Ember Twins' southern hemisphere, the one shooting a bright beam of light in the sky? It's not one of our own crashes, surprisingly enough. This one's a Nomai ship. You'll find Nomai ruins across the Twins, but strangely not a single settlement. Believe me, if there was one, I'd have seen it with my little scout. Except you wouldn't, idiot, because it's underground. So where do they live? Not on the surface, clearly. Ember Twins is full of cave systems, though. Maybe the answer lies underground. Oh, how dangerous is that big column of falling sand? On a scale of 1 to dead, I'd give it a 7 or 8. Awfully pretty, though. Right now, sand is flowing from Ash Twin to Ember Twin, but did you know the process eventually reverses? We're not completely sure why the sand flows back and forth between the twins, but it seems to be a natural phenomenon. If you'd like to see something interesting, check out the other twin once a little more of the sand drains off. I promise you won't be disappointed. So yeah, maybe I should just find these people and talk to them first. I feel like I'm figuring all this stuff out and then finding these people, and they're like, hey, yeah, by the way, here's a big revelation. I'm like, oh yeah, I already knew this. But honestly, I kind of find it more fun my way, so... Watch out for the falling sands, okay? I've had to dig myself out once or twice, and that's not as fun as it sounds. Alright, well... There's my ship. So I guess that was not a quicker entrance into the... Wait, there's stairs going down, though. Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. I just identified the signal, though. What do you mean unidentified? It's not unknown. Like, I went there and it said like signal updated or something. That's the guy on the moon. Okay, well this place seems to be filling up with sand, so I don't know if there is anything else down here, but if there is, I'm probably not gonna find it. Yeah, what's up, Monotone? I mean, to be fair, like, I don't ever stream, so I don't really have a set schedule, but, you know, I was trying to be nice. I was trying to be a nice guy and stream this game for Path. And, so he kind of gave me his schedule for the week, and, like, you know, on Thursdays, it's my date night. So, you know, if you can do it earlier in the day, then I can watch. And I'm like, okay. So nice that I'll do that. Wait, that's not my ship. That's their ship. Dang it. This way, too, I can also do a decent length stream, but also, I'm probably gonna... I need to do something about dinner. I either need to go somewhere and just buy pre-prepared food, or I need to go to the grocery store. One solution or the other. Alright. So, I'm gonna attempt... around here. This'll work. Because last time I started in the evening and I went till like midnight and then like, you know... no, 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 no. Come back. Okay, we're okay. And at that point, you know, everything's closed around here. Okay, so is this the same room I was in before? Because there's a teleporter. Alright, yeah, I came in here. This teleporter. There was also like a crystal that I could walk down. Potentially another station. We just have to wait until we are... The other one, you have to stand on it until Sun Station is in view. Timber Hearth. Oh, okay. Well, now I am... Where am I? I'm on Timber Hearth. I don't want to be here, though. I wanted to go to the sun. That stinks, because, I don't know how to get back to... I don't know how to get back to there from here. Oh, maybe I just step on it. Okay, I do just literally step on it. Okay. So this one sends me to Timberhearth. Alright, I wonder if there's different stations then, and they send you to different ones. I don't know. I've been exploring the twins, the Hourglass twins. Oh boy, poorly I might add. I made it to their underground base. I found out about the Sun Station. And then I found out that there was a way to warp to the Sun Station instead of trying to land on the Sun Station. And then by absolute chance, I realized... Kitty, not now. Oh, okay, well, I accidentally stepped in the thing. By absolute chance, I realized that as the sand was pouring off the surface of this planet, it was uncovering a whole bunch of stuff. So I just kind of decided to come up here, and then I ran out of oxygen, and so then I made a specific trip to come back here. So this appears to send me to Brittle Hollow, because I think that was at the center of Brittle Hollow where the where like that dark matter core factory was. That's what, at least what that looked like, those rails. Which I found a way to raise that, but I never found out what to do with it once I raised it. So I don't know if this is a good time to go back there and kind of check that out, or if this is how you're supposed to check that area out. But it looks like maybe this planet has teleporters to all the other planets. Oh, what the... No. Okay, stop, please. Okay, well... Now we're in White Hole Land. Okay. I'm gonna exercise what I call the rights of Mulligan. And I'm just gonna go ahead and, quit. Because at this point, that loop was probably getting close to over, and by the time I fiddled around and got myself back there, there wouldn't have been time to do anything. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm kind of exploring the twins right now. I know last time I said I was going to explore Giant Steep, but for whatever reason I just decided to go here instead. And I've been finding a lot of stuff, so you know, it's seemed fruitful, so I'm not mad about going here instead. There it is. So I'm gonna try to get back. So there's an underground cave system on the Ember Twin that leads you to a Nomai shelter that they built, and I made it there a couple times. The first time I made it there as I was dying, so I immediately ran out of oxygen and died. But the second time I was actually able to explore it quite a bit, but I found that there are there are... Sorry, brain trying to land ship and talk at the same time. Whoa! Balls. Okay, we're okay. We'll just hop back in real quick and use that med kit. So the thing is, the planet is filling with sand, and so I got to the shelter, and there were some areas that I could not access because by the time I got there and found out what everything was, they had filled with sand. So now, okay, that's the junk. Okay, this is where I want to go. Now I know my way there. I can get there quite quickly, and get to those areas before they fill up with sand. I think if I just walk around, I don't have to fly and get stuck in the sand fall like I did last time. Yeah. Okay. Wait, wait, are you telling me the path didn't beat this game? Is that what you're telling me right now? Whoa, 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 what is this technically? Malarkey. You've been on me about playing this game for so long and you never beat it yourself? Are you kidding me? No, it wouldn't be a spoil. Well, I mean, it would be a spoil of our friendship because I've been living this lie where I thought you were telling me the truth about beating this game, only to find out not so much. Alright, so this one was the Temple of the Eye, and I think I went... Did I go all the way up there? I feel like I did. Now I can't remember. There's also this one, the Higher Energy Trailhead, and that one is way down here. And this one will fill up with sand quickly, so I'm gonna go here first. Higher Energy Lab. That's an elevator back up. This is filling up with sand. This is just the electrical wire. Very somber music. Usually means I'm about to find a bunch of dead kids laying around. Ah, balls. Okay, let's try that again. What the... Come on. What the heck, man? I guess I can wait for the sand to rise above the things and then run for it. Just keep puncturing my suit until that time comes. Okay. What? Excuse me? Sir? Okay. Did it. Buzzwizz. No, wait, I'm right back where I was. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I feel like the opposite. I feel like you've been telling me it's the journey and not the destination. This game is all about exploration and finding everything, which to me would include the ending of the game. But I don't know, maybe I'm too much of a gaming purist, and oh, this looks like ghost energy. Oh, but it's pushing down. I can't even go up there. Okay. Something beyond. I'm guessing that all those holes in my suit probably didn't do me a lot of good for my oxygen conservation strategies. So we'll see how that negatively impacts my ability to explore this area once I get there. Oh, never mind. Oxygen full. Never punished. Okay, and I have gone up quite a way, so I feel like I should be safe from rising sand for a while. Alright, hold on. I'm going to pause while I read chat so I don't waste time. Pharma got what he thought was the conclusion, but there's more, and he hasn't gone back since. He's seen 99.7%. Time I had something else I wanted to stream. It was a natural stopping point. The game itself felt complete. Oh, come on. That's such a cop-out answer. I don't see anything in here, bro. I'm not bullying you. I'm just giving you my honest opinion that, you know, I feel like you've been bullying me to play this game and stream it for you, and then you didn't even, and you kicked me out of your stream. You're like, oh, you can't be here because you're gonna get spoilers. And you kicked me out, and then now you're sitting here watching me play it, and you're gonna watch me get the true ending instead of finding it for yourself. I mean, I feel like pretty hypocritical. Records show Nomai arriving at the warp receiver on Brittle Hollow very slightly before departing from the Whitehole station. Raimi and I are devising an experiment to test if this is a real phenomenon or simple machine error. So it shows them arriving at the warp receiver on Brittle Hollow very slightly before departing from the Whitehole station. So it's like they're jumping forward in time. In theory, what we want to try to reproduce is a negative amount of negative amount of time elapsing between something entering the black hole and exiting the white hole at its destination. Initial things first, our experiment setup will first pair a small black hole core with a small white hole core to mimic the setup of the white hole station. Oh, so maybe that's why I need a black hole core from Brittle Hollow. It is hypothesis. It is possible for an object to exit a white hole before entering the corresponding black hole. Okay, this seems important because this. So what this says to me is. What this says to me is, so if something can exist and can exit a white hole before entering the corresponding black hole and possibly vice versa, is that something could exist on both sides at the same time. So maybe depending on the strength of the black hole, maybe that affects the time dilation. So I'm going to write this down because it seems like it might be important. Something can exit white hole 4 enters responding black hole. Because like what I'm thinking about is like yesterday when I found out that you know, if I wait for the Tower of Quantum Knowledge to fall into the black hole, it comes out the white hole in space where there was no gravity, and then I was able to kind of navigate it at that point. So I'm wondering if there is something there about like something being able to exist on both sides at the same time. If that'll be important. Okay, now that I know you can remove the scroll, set it on the floor, and pick up the other one. An update. Our experiment here reproduced the anomaly in arrival and departure times, but Pi is unconvinced it's more than an equipment error. I hope to strengthen the effect to render it visible to the unaided eye. So yeah, if he was able to amplify this effect. Interesting. Okay. To that end, we've decided to try adding more energy. I imagine the Sunless City's energy supply should prove sufficient. Sunless City? I don't think I've heard of that place yet. All available energy has been rerouted from the city to our experiment. Raimi and I are about to run a new test. Oh, Sunless City could just be the place underground. Hypothesis confirmed. I saw it. Pi saw it. Hypothesis confirmed. This is beyond extraordinary. This changes everything. What a beautiful day for the intersection of abstract theory and practical application. Yarrow requests that we let him know before we reroute energy for the experiment. I'd hate to leave him in the dark. Okay, I thought we were filling up with sand, but it's just a thing moving past. Got a little spooked there. Okay, so there's a ball here. I've rerouted energy. That do? Huh. Okay. Well, I rerouted the energy over to here, but it doesn't seem to have changed anything. I guess maybe I have to put something in. We have to put something in here? Warp core. Okay, yeah, so here's a core, black hole, or white hole, black hole. Oh, okay. So now we can do our little experiment where if I shoot it into the white hole, or the black hole, it should come out the white hole first. Oh, cool. Alright, what happens if I... swap in a different one? Just do the same thing? Pretty much, yeah. What if I... This might be a bad idea, but... you know, science, you know? Science. Ever heard of it? Sometimes you gotta do stuff. Okay, it won't let me. It knows what I was gonna try to do. Before I did it. No, it will not let me just create a black hole or a white hole on its own. What if I put two empty ones, though? I don't know if there was really any point to this other than observing the effect. Not really anything else I can do in there. I can't get in there, so... That's very interesting, though. I'm gonna move this back in case there's something that needs this power. Apparently the city needs that power. So we got, oh, there's another scroll up here. The Southern Observatory is asking if creating a 22-minute interval is possible. That is, to have something arrive 22 minutes before it is actually sent through the warp. We've learned the negative interval of time between departure and arrival can be increased by adding more energy to the warp core. This is why they were trying to make the warp cores on that planet. Problematically, the energy required to extend the interval increases at an exponential rate. Hypothesis: creating a 22-minute long interval is possible, but we are currently unable to generate the necessary energy, which is why they made the Sun Station. Raimi and I believe it would be necessary to invent a new method of producing energy, a thrilling but enormous undertaking. We would also require advanced warp technology able to handle such energy. We would also likely need an enormous space to fit these proposed new energy and warp technologies together. The only location large enough would be Ash Twin. Is that where I'm at right now? No, I'm in the Ember Twin basement. The energy is currently unavailable, you say. You're a gas. My pun was intended, Raimi, so I believe it's you who are Aeriform. Yeah, so I'm figuring some stuff out here, which makes me feel like a real smart dude. The question is, why 22 minutes and what are they trying to bring back? The Ash Twin project would only will be one of our biggest undertakings, metaphorically and physically. To build it, we need a way to travel quickly between Ash Twin and each location that holds crucial project material. So that's why there was teleports to Brittle Hollow, but also Timberhearth. Interesting. What if we use warp towers like the one we have on Whitehole Station to connect Ash Twin directly to each critical location? Of note, each tower of Ash Twin will warp to a different planet. My gratitude to those who noted my imprecise language. Yes, the sun is not a planet. It's like the king of all planets. The sun is not a planet. I believe this has been sufficiently clarified. Kindly stop reminding me. We can design each tower to visually reflect its warp destination. Interesting. The giant steep tower, for instance, could resemble a cyclone, and we could model the Timberhearth Tower after a geyser mountain. Poke, Root and I can begin work on this immediately in the Black Hole Forge. This will keep us busy. So the Black Hole Forge was on Timberborn. It's like all coming together. So this is the Sun Station. We haven't been there yet. This is the Twin Planets. This is question mark. What are these? I don't recognize these symbols. Huh. Interesting. So I have some thoughts. I don't know if I should speak them. I guess everybody here's played this game and quote-unquote beat it. The whole 22 minutes thing is like weirdly specific, which makes me wonder if it has something to do with like saving the ship. Note, the store will need to remain closed for some time. Pi and I are running an experiment based on the extraordinary findings from the Whitehole Station. Update, the high energy lab is now being used to design the Ash Twin project. If you're here to help or even just to observe, be sure to use the Sunless City path to the lab. Not sure why they didn't want me coming up here. Raimi and I will be running this experiment until one of us, specifically me, can prove the other wrong. So although it's inconvenient, the lab currently can only be accessed by the path from the Sunless City. Oh, so we're on the surface right now, so this is probably to tell you you have to go the long way around. Inviting sand inside would disrupt our setup and could have enormous consequences. We realize this is an intriguing prospect, but the door must remain closed nonetheless. Okay, well I've been inside though, and I've seen what I need to see in there, I believe. So cool. Sunless City, 300 meters. So maybe this is a shortcut into the Sunless City that I can take on future visits. It's just that maybe it was the entrance was covered with sand by the time I got here. So that's really interesting. So they're all designed to, all the stations, the warp stations, are designed to look like the planets. So one of them's a cyclone. That kind of looks like a cyclone to me. So I didn't go in all of them. I don't remember why I didn't go all of them. Oh, I fell in the black. That's right. I transported to Brittle Hollow, and then I fell. I fell into the black hole, and I decided to quit and reset. Oh, this is where I first landed. Okay, so this is the pedestal again, and I don't know if y'all were here earlier, but I discussed that I think I figured out the quote unquote trick about the pedestals, and that is that it does not matter which one, which pedestal you put each tablet into. So the way I kind of described it was like you put a tablet into the pedestal, and if you're standing in one of these little wells, it will do the projection stone. So it will show you the planet for the tablet that you're holding. So I kind of described it. This is kind of like a phone booth, and the tablets are kind of like phone numbers. And so if you stick the Brittle Hollow tablet on this platform, it would show you a projection of Brittle Hollow, regardless of where you are. So even if you're on Brittle Hollow, it'll just show you a projection of Brittle Hollow, which I think is what was happening, because I found the Brittle Hollow stone, and it showed me a projection of the Tower of Quantum Knowledge, which I didn't know at the time was what I was seeing. But that is located on Brittle Hollow. So the Brittle Hollow stone shows you Brittle Hollow, it's just that it's in the Quantum Tower, and I didn't know that. So same thing, if I brought the twin, the Ember Twin stone and put it here, it would just show me basically what I'm already looking at, because I did find the Ember Twin, and I did put it on a projection stone, and it showed me basically this exact scene. So that's kind of how they work. And then I think when you put them on the other pedestals, the ones that are not inside the well, they will show you a written message for the stone. But I think the same thing is true, because I tried it last night after stream. If you put the stone in the different pedestals, it just shows you the same message. So the message is dependent on the stone, not the pedestal. So I've kind of figured all that out, how they work. So I'm a little less worried, and I know last night I was kind of theorizing when I made it to the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. I'm like, oh, maybe I need one of the tablets to bring here to do something, and I don't think it would do anything. I think it just acts as a projection platform. So if I did bring a stone to the Quantum Tower, it would just show me the projection. So it wouldn't do anything special. Also, thanks for the follow, Lily, and also hello. Welcome to me explaining all the stuff I figured out about this game so far, while I kind of try to figure out what I want to do next. So I have found the energy plant on this planet. I now understand what they were trying to do. They were trying to build a black hole white hole relay that could create a time differential of 22 minutes. I don't know why yet. I haven't figured that part out. I have some theories involving their ship that crashed, and maybe trying to uncrash it, but I don't know. I don't know that for a fact. It's just a theory I have right now. But what I do know is somewhere in the sky is the other half of this planet, and it kind of works like an hourglass where it starts with a bunch of sand on it and it pours it all onto this planet, and then that planet becomes accessible, and then they reverse until, you know, time kind of runs out. I feel like the sun's getting real close. Or we're getting real close to the sun. That's Chert's little area. I already went there and talked to Chert. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so there, and there's the Ash Twin. And so there's a bunch of teleporters there. And I kind of randomly went into a few, but I found a note in the power station that says they modeled them to look like the different planets. So like one of them looks like a cyclone, and that'll take you to Giant Steep because it's known for its cyclones. One of them looks like a geyser, which will take you to Timberhearth. And then I don't know what all the other ones are, but there were pictures inside the station that I think kind of related to like, hey, this is these are the different teleport stations. So I think at some point I'm probably just gonna have to like go in each of them and kind of figure out where they come out. I went into the Timberhearth one and then immediately came back, and then I went into the Brittle Hollow one and immediately fell into the center of the planet, and went into a black hole, which is not what I wanted to do, obviously. So I think that music means that the sun is getting close to exploding. So I'm just kind of peeking around to see if there's anything else. But I'm also out of oxygen. Perfect time. Because you know what I'm not out of? Is coffee in my bladder. And I need to get rid of some of it. And it's been almost 2 hours. I didn't realize I've been streaming for 2 hours. So I'm going to take a quick, just maybe like a quick 5-minute break. To get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, get a drink. Go to the bathroom, all that stuff. So everybody else, feel free to do that as well. I'm gonna do a quick pause. Do a quick pause here and put on some music. I want to stick around, and we will be back in 5 minutes. Thanks for hanging out. We'll be back. Oh, right. Okay. I don't know how many minutes that was. Felt like a few minutes. I wasn't really counting. Probably enough minutes though. Too many minutes? I'm sorry. I really had to go to the bathroom. Not made some more. I got some more of my coffee. Shut that off. Got some more of my coffee. Probably the last cup I'm gonna drink though. I made it way too strong. And then after it sits on the burner for so long, it just starts to taste burnt. So this is probably gonna be the last cup I drink, because if I try to keep it warm too much longer, it's just gonna start burning. Oh man, I'm really sad too, because this is really good coffee, and it's not like that coffee that gets pooped out by a marmoset or whatever, but it's decent coffee, and it's a little more expensive than just your standard grocery store stuff. And I just feel like I can never get the strength right. It's either too weak or too strong. I am like to the point where I almost just want to like buy a can, sit down, and just brew pots of it, and probably use like a kitchen scale, because I have a kitchen scale. And just figure out like exactly how many grams of coffee need to go into an 8 cup pot. Um, and just figure it out that way, and then at least then I'll know, you know? But just like I feel like, cuz normally I mean, to be perfectly honest, when I'm using regular coffee, I just eyeball it. I don't even measure. I just pour it straight from the bag into the filter, and I like strong coffee. So if it's a little bit strong, I don't care. Like usually, you can't make it strong enough. But this coffee in particular, it's Cafe de Monde. It's got chicory in it. But it's a very strong coffee naturally. And if you use as much coffee as you normally would, it's going to come out real strong. So I tried to scale it back. I was making an 8 pot cup, so instead of 8 tablespoons, I put in like 6, maybe 6.5. Um, and it still came out pretty strong. But I know I've tried doing 5 before, and it came out really weak. So I don't know. I don't know, man. Maybe I put in 7. Maybe that's part of the problem, is I wasn't really paying a great deal of attention when I did it. Okay. So I have, I think, um, one more area to explore in the underground city. So I went to like the just like the general city part, which I think is called like the Angler Fossil Observatory or whatever. Oh, here we go. Controls have to be reset. Just need to like set a timer to tell myself like every 2 hours, hey, go in and change the lock-on button to the same button so it'll work. I guess if that's the biggest thing I have to complain about a game, that's a pretty good game, but it's a little obnoxious. But yeah, I went to the Angler Observatory. I tried to go to the eye, and I can't remember what the outcome was, so I might go there again, just to be thorough. And then I went to the high energy plant, so I've explored that. Sorry, hold on. I got my chat window messed up again. There we go. I went to the high energy plant, so I've explored that, and then there was a fourth area that I don't remember, which I've not explored. That. We have seen that before, so we're gonna just do a quick land here. This symbol is the symbol of the Eye of the Universe. I wonder if that's, oops, I didn't want to come back in here. If that's something that is, like, part of the Temple of the Eye. Maybe it's like a window or something. Where was the thing that I wanted to land next to that I kind of got off course? Yeah, here's this. Here's the escape pod. That's not what I wanted, though. I wanted to land near the other thing, which I now know is the top of the high energy plant. Here we go. Because I think there is a quicker way down. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Because this is the energy lab. You can't get in here from this side. They broke it. But Sunless City, 300 meters. Okay, so I think this is a quick way down, but you have to use it like right in the beginning, or else I think it fills up with sand. Maybe not. Maybe this is the same thing. Ghost matter detected. Oh yeah, this is where like before I just kind of like YOLO'd it and I just like flew straight through there, I think. Apparently you can't do it. Okay. Well, lesson learned. I thought that was where I came out from, but that doesn't make any sense. So I guess you can't use the shortcut. Unless there is a way to eventually go through ghost energy. I mean, I know that you can use the probe and shoot it in and look where the ghost energy is, but I'm assuming that that area is probably meant to be impassable. Maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe there's like a stretch that you can wiggle through. Ugh, game, please. This is so far the only thing that's really getting on my nerves about this game is this stupid lock-on glitch. I'll give it a try. I'll see if I can go through. If not, I know the path down is right there, I think. Okay, there's the thing that I want to land near. Match the velocity. Make a nice soft landing. I'm actually pretty good at the flying when I choose to be. Most of the times when I get into flying accidents, it's because I'm just rushing. And I mean, this might not be where I wanted to be. But, I'm flying real far now, huh? I don't know if I landed where I wanted to land. So I don't think I ever really went in the gravity cannon, because I think by the time I got here the first time it was pretty well covered in sand. Yeah, so this looks like another way I can get in. Activate the gravity cannon, call the shuttle home. Does that look like it teleported through like a white hole? I'm gonna see if this ship has anything different to say than the other ship did. Or if this is the same ship. Fear the situation may be dire. Poke and I landed here on this comet not long after its arrival in the star system. Our shuttle's equipment heard strange energy readings coming from somewhere beneath the surface. Pi and Poke were able to locate a fissure in the ice on the comet's sunward side, and they descended inside to investigate the source of the readings. But Pi and my sister have been gone for a long time now. They haven't contacted me since descending below the surface either. Should I leave the shuttle to look for them? I want to follow protocol, but I don't know what I'll do if they aren't well. Poke Pi, come back to me safely, my friends. This is a different shuttle. This is a interesting know my outfit. Okay. And this is one where, like, if I do this, it goes somewhere, and it's just like floating out in space. If I do the one in the middle, oh jeez, Louise, what did that do? Oh, did that warp me back? Am I on Ember Twin again? Yes. Okay. So what does the third one do? Yeah, the third one doesn't appear to do anything. Holy shnikes. Apparently I gravity cannoned myself right into celestial body. Whoops. Anyway, I think there's something I still have to figure out to be able to navigate these ships properly. Because the other one too, there was like one that takes you home or back to the gravity platform. There's one that just kind of like takes you somewhere out in space, but it didn't seem to be near anything. And then there was one that like doesn't do anything. So I'm assuming that there's something I have to figure out to make the third option work. And I don't know. It may have something to do with Quantum Moon. It may not. Just kind of talking out loud at this point. Why do I always spin left when it's like clearly I need to probably spin right. We'll try again. But I also have now realized that if I land at the gravity cannon, there does appear to be an entrance to the Sunless City there. So that may be a quicker way than going through this series of caves and tunnels. That's Church's Landing. Here's the gravity station. I do want to go back down there. To the Sunless City. And fart balls. Well, alright, well this is not an entrance to the Sunless City after all. Today I learned. One thing that this game is making me want to do, though, is play Elite Dangerous again, but that is a, no pun intended, dangerous proposition, because that is a game that can really just, like, chew up huge chunks of your time, you know, for better or worse. And, should I just, like, go the way I know? And like stop goofing around, or because I really am like kind of hoping that there's like a quicker way. See, this is not the one. I don't think this is the one that's near the projection stone, but not the one that's near. Am I crazy? Is there not a second one somewhere that is where I came out? I don't know. Doubting myself now. Like, I feel like there's one that I came out of the high power station, and there was a staircase, but I didn't remember it being the one that is next to. Wait, here we are. Yeah. Yeah, because this is the one with the ghost matter, and I wanted to try this shortcut, I think. No, this isn't what I was. Anyway, whatever. I'm here. Let's just. Yeah, see, like the ghost energy is like. It's like a wall. It's not just like in one spot. I don't think I can go around it. I don't think I can go that way. That's not the one I was thinking of though. There's one that like just had a staircase. And I don't know why I can't find it. It's a giant thing sticking out of the surface of the planet. It doesn't make sense. But anyway. I'm pretty familiar with this route. I should be able to do it pretty quickly. Let's get down there. I don't have to go to the lowest level, so it's probably not all that important that I get there quite as quickly. And I learned last time you can just walk around instead of trying to fly through and getting stuck in the oh, bonk. Stuck in the sand like I did the first time. So like I've been thinking about this game in terms of like where I would rate it and all that fun stuff, because like I talked a little bit about it Tuesday when I first got started. Like I feel like this game is very polarizing in a sense, not how a lot of games are, but in the way that I feel like most people that I've talked to about this game have either said like, yeah, this is like my favorite game, it's like my favorite game, top 5 games, best game, you have to play this game, something along those lines, or they're like, I couldn't figure out what to do, I got bored, and I hate it. So yeah, the angular overlook, that's where you come out. I explored that area pretty well, I feel like. So let's go ahead and turn that one off. Come on. The power plant, high energy trailhead, I did. Stepping Stone District. I don't think I really did anything down here. Let me just explore down here real quick. But yeah, I kind of feel like it's either people are like, oh, this game is in my top 5, it's the best game, everyone has to do it. And I don't even think it's puzzle averse, because I wouldn't really call this a puzzle game. I know it has a lot of elements of, sorry, I'm going to pause while I'm talking. I know it has, so I don't waste time. I know it has a lot of elements of a puzzle game, and I know, I think the way you described it as a mystery is more apt, because it's not like a lot of puzzle mechanics. Like I don't feel like there's not like jump puzzling so much. There's not slide puzzles or typical math problems. There's not a lot of that going around. Like I said, there's like a puzzle aftertaste to everything, where it's like you kind of have to figure things out in a specific order, but also you don't. And I think I proved that yesterday when I ended up in that place where it's like, if you're here, you've solved the mystery of the giant steep. And I'm like, no, I haven't even been there yet. Um, so obviously I didn't. So obviously there are things you can figure out on your own out of sequence. Now I still didn't know what to do once I was there, so I couldn't just finish the game or whatever. But yeah, I think I got there before I was supposed to, and it was just kind of by happenstance. I was exploring a specific area at a specific time, and something happened, and I was able to get somewhere where I had never been before. So it was more of a discovery thing than it was a puzzle thing. Like, I don't think anybody would look at that area and be like, you know what I think needs to happen for me to ascend this pathway which is broken. I think I need to find a way to knock this whole structure of the planet into a black hole, teleport it to somewhere with zero gravity, and then I'll be able to fly. Like that's not a puzzle that I think anybody would rightfully write into a game and expect someone to solve. You know what I mean? So I don't think puzzle game is an accurate description. But I also, I understand this is all very subjective. But yeah, it's very much a game of discovery. Archaeology, that's fine because that's really what archaeology is kind of exploring a civilization and trying to piece together like, hey, who were these people? Why were they here? What were they doing? What were their goals? Yeah, archaeology. I think that's a perfectly, I know that's not really a subgenre of video games that most people would think is a thing, but I mean, yeah, I think that's an apt description. Um, but so far, I like this game. I don't know where it's gonna fall for me, but I like what it's doing. I wish there were more things like it, and maybe there are more things like it. But we're meeting at the Fossil Fish Cave to play the game. If you're too big to climb through the Anglerfish Overlook hole, you'll have to go the long way around, but it isn't far. Go to the Stepping Stone Cave, and then up into the Fossil Fish Cave. I tried to get to the fossil fish through the Stepping Stone Cave, but I couldn't find the entrance. Taggart can't fit through the Anglerfish Overlook hole anymore because he grew bigger. He's taller than Levy now. Who cares? Ilex is still the tallest. Remember to feed the fossil fish first. If you go to the Anglerfish Overlook and throw a light into its mouth, he'll show you the way. Interesting. So another thing that I thought was really interesting is you can see that this was written by children, and they're talking about going to play in the cave and being too big and all that. And you can see the quality of the writing is like real sloppy, almost like a kid. I think that's really an interesting nod to be like, hey, you can tell that this was written by a child because it's not as neat and refined as all the other writings you find here. And then, of course, there's a very small, sad skeleton here, which kind of confirms that theory. But, okay, so that's how you can get into the Angler Cave, is by going to the Stepstone Cave, which I think is where I either am or where I'm headed. Because this is the Stepstone region. And this is the Stepping Stone Cave. Okay, so I can actually go to the anglerfish thing now. Yeah, I'm sure there's probably other games that have done something like this, but I don't think any of them have ever gotten as much, attention or accolade as this one has. Kind of keeping an eye out here to see if there's like an entrance somewhere above. I just need to keep following. Oh, geez. Okay, well, the sand is apparently rising and smushed me into the ceiling. So I guess I need to be a little quicker next time. Oberdeen is another one that I've always wanted to check out, and I'm not sure if it's something I'm going to play or something I'm just going to reluctantly watch. It's something I think I would like to play, but just time, sometimes it's just easier for me at the end of a day to watch something than it is to play it. But I still think you get to experience it in a way. But obviously, everyone's experiences are going to be very different. So I do understand the intrinsic value of experiencing it for yourself. This game is a perfect experience, or a perfect example of that. I could have easily just went and watched Path stream it, and I probably would have enjoyed it, and I probably would have had a really cool time seeing his experience. But at the same time, I feel like I'm having a very cool experience that I would not have had if I had just gone and watched it outright. So, I see both sides of that coin. I just have to acknowledge that, I am a human person with a finite amount of time on this planet. and I may not be able to play everything myself because, like I said, just finding the time and energy to do it is tough. But anyway, yeah, I'm not glad that he aggressively told me to do it. He could have been nicer about it. But I am glad that you know, that I chose to experience this game for myself. Come on, buddy. Come on. Come on. Come on, buddy. Instead of watching him play it. Because first of all, I never would have seen the ending, because apparently he never saw the ending. But also just because this has been a fun experience. For myself, this is something that I've enjoyed. Oops, wrong button. That's the rock cave. Okay. It's like 50-50. To be honest. But no, I've been enjoying this, and I don't think I would have enjoyed it had I already seen everything. Because I would have just been like, oh yeah, I saw Path, he found this thing here, so I can skip that, and I just need to go straight to the quantum tunnel and find Ant-Man and the Wasp and Quantumania. And also, I think the guy from the Ant-Man movie was also maybe in the Loki TV show, but I can't remember that 100%. But anyway, I really don't think you will enjoy this game the way it was intended to be enjoyed if you have watched someone else play the whole thing first. So, take that for what it is. Doesn't mean that you're not allowed to play it if you saw someone else play it. Doesn't mean that it's any less valid if you saw someone play it. I just don't think that you'll get the same full experience out of it. Do otherwise would. Okay, so this is probably why it's called stepping stones, because there are, in fact, stepping stones. Whereas before, when I came through here, it was already filled up with sand, which I thought I was making pretty good time. So I'm not sure how exactly that happened, but whatever. And then that was the power cord that went from like the high power station. Okay. The kid said you needed to put a light in the fish's mouth. Are we playing the fossil fish game tonight? I fed the fossil fish a new lantern. If you go to the stepping stone cave, the entrance to the fossil fish cave is easy to see now. Gratitude, Solanum. It's good you're small enough to climb in through the hole at the anglerfish overlook. I'm still small enough. You won't be for long. Mom and Dad are tall, so you will be tall too. Wait a minute. I'm back in here. I don't want to be in here. I wanted to be down there. Dang it, what happened? How did I... I got lost. The kid didn't leave me a lantern. Oh, nope, 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 nope. Okay. Nope. Recall. I went over that way, and it led me back. Okay, so I need to come... Alright, but I need to be faster. Alright, I'm just gonna wait for it to kill me then. Okay. Okay, I should have just quit because that sound is disturbing. Okay, so don't follow the lanterns. You gotta go down a little bit. Or like you want to follow the electrical wire, I guess. I thought that would lead me to the high energy plant again, though. I don't know. Maybe they're different. Different things. One thing I should do is look at my ship log. I haven't really felt the need to do so, though, because I've been, you know, I've been finding new stuff rather reliably. So I haven't really felt the need to look at it a whole bunch. But I know I've updated it quite a bit, and I know it has a lot of interesting information in it in terms of, like, which things you've completed, what things are incomplete, which things are still needing to be figured out. But I kind of feel like I've been, you know, every time I come here I find something new so far, and so I don't really feel like I need to rely too heavily on the ship log right now, because I'm still doing okay. Oh, that was a bit of a chunky landing, but nice sturdy ship. So I kind of think of the ship log as like not a last resort, but kind of like when you're stuck and don't kind of know what you should be doing next, it might be a good place to check. But like I said, I feel like yeah, I've kind of been taking little notes here and there, and of my own, and I realized yesterday that a lot of those are in fact repeated in the ship log. So I probably haven't been quite as diligent with the note taking today as I was Tuesday, just because I realized that there was a lot of duplicate effort, but also when I find something that I find truly interesting, I do write it down. So but I think I kind of think of it now as like, hey, if I get stuck, I can look at this thing and maybe it'll kind of tell me what I should or shouldn't be doing next. But as of now, like I said, I just feel like I've been on a steady stream of discovery. And haven't really been like hard stuck anywhere yet, so oop, come on. Yeah, I don't know, it was probably before you got here, Solution. I was kind of talking about how I've been using the notebook not only for this game but for a lot of other games as well recently. A streamer that I follow kind of turned me on to note taking while playing games, and I feel that it has helped me a lot with some issues I was having where like I would start a game and you know, I'd be playing it for a while and then I would have to take a break for one reason or another, and then when you come back to it, it's just like you don't remember what was going on. You're stuck. I might need to go up there, check in here first. And then I oftentimes get like really frustrated because it's like I don't know what to do. I don't remember where I was. I don't want to go back to this game because it's just going to be a lot of work. Balls. I think I can just go straight up. I think I found this at one point. I found like a floor that had a bunch of holes like concentric like this. And I was like, I'll go down there later. I guess it's later. Some more dead people and some like burnout torches. I don't think this is it though. But yeah, anyway, her name's Karkala. If you like retro games, specifically retro RPGs, I highly suggest you give her a follow, Karkala. But she's the one that kind of turned me on to the whole note-taking thing. And I find that's really helped me a lot. Wait a minute, what the... Am I back where I started again? Hold on. I friggin' am! Guys, how does this keep... How does this keep happening? Ugh. Dang it. This is really frustrating. I came out down, like, down here. I wonder if it would help. Now I don't remember where I've seen it before, but I want. Oh yeah, I do. Okay, I'm just gonna do reset instead of graphically killing myself. I wonder if it will help because I know where the fish is, where the fossil is. I know of a window that you can look through to see it, which is what the kids are talking about. I wonder if I look through the window and shoot the scout in there. Then I'll at least know where it is. And so when I'm trying to navigate the Stepstone Caves, I might be able to find my way to the fish instead of keep ending up in the same stupid spot every time. Yeah, so I was talking about that yesterday while I was playing. I was like, man, I wish there was like a suicide or a reset, button or whatever. And you're like, well, you can just kill yourself or, crash into stuff at high speeds. I'm like, yeah, I guess I can. But then yesterday when I quit, I was like midway through a loop. And when I hit the menu button, it's like, hey, are you sure you want to quit and reset the current loop? And it really kind of just like, put it into perspective where I'm like, well, yeah, well, wait a minute. There's no permanent progression in this game. It's not like by abandoning a loop midway, you've lost progress in any way. So yeah, if you get to a point where you are like stuck somewhere, or like just like here everything is time dependent. If you wait too long, everything is full of sand, so on and so forth. So that is just a pile of rocks, and this is the one that leads to the... So I'm like, well, yeah, you can just quit to the menu. and just reset the day. Because like I said, you're not losing anything. Because there's no permanent progression. But yeah, I know somebody told me there's something that you can do to like pass time or whatever, which you learn on Giant Steep, where I haven't been yet. So for now, this is my option, is to just quit to the menu and reset, because sometimes it's quicker than trying to kill yourself or waiting around. But anyway, that's fine. It's all fine. It's you know, it's all the same outcome. You know, the loop resets. 6 one, half dozen the other, all that. But yeah, never really dawned on me until I went to actually quit the game last night, and it was like, hey, this will reset your current loop. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I've wanted to do that on purpose before. What is this other one? I always forget. Higher Energy Lab. I don't know if I fully explored the Eye Shrine. I mean, I'll come back and do that. Like, I feel like I did, but I also like can't remember what the outcome was. Like, did I find something there, or was it like blocked off? I honestly, okay, so my scout is over that direction. I honestly just can't remember. Now the downside is I won't be able to fire the scout to be able to see where I'm going. Scout is up. Not down. Previously thought. Okay. So now the scout is this direction. Oh, save me. Okay, so if I go through there, it takes me back inside. I don't want to go back inside right now. Yeah. Fuel is a problem. This is just this is a journey of discovery, folks. This is just to see, is there? Yes. Okay. All right, we found it. Found the dead kids. Very sad. Not great. Whoever was it when we ended last time is the anglerfish. Rule change: the anglerfish now has to wear a blindfold and do not peek. The rest of us, the little fish, line up against one wall. When the anglerfish says go, the little fish sneak across to the other side. If the anglerfish catches you, you're eaten. Last little fish to be caught is the new anglerfish. The old anglerfish gives the new anglerfish the blindfold, becomes a little fish. Like Squid Game. Why are we changing it? It's too hard if you can't see anything. Aunt Pie says real anglerfish are blind, so you have to wear a blindfold. The rule stands. Rule update: it's okay if younger kids don't wear the blindfold when they're it. The rest of us will still wear the blindfold for scientific accuracy and to make the game more even. Okay. Oh, so was this really just like a convoluted way of telling me that the anglerfish are blind? Which I think from like general biology, I think I already knew that. Because I think that's the same way like IRL on Earth. Okay, so there's That's where I shot the probe in from. And here was a window. I don't remember if I saw that or not. I feel like I did. Yeah, yeah. Because when I went to the underground city, there was a room called like Anglerfish Observatory, which was just another one of these. So it said to like put a light in its mouth, and I do see that up there. Don't think that I don't see that. Oh my goodness, it's Sticker Fan. How you doing? That's crazy that you're here, because I haven't streamed in like a year and a half. But for those of you who don't know, back when I did used to stream regularly, like Sticker Fan was just an OG. They just always showed up. I don't know if I knew Sticker Fan from anywhere in particular. I think they just found my stream and started coming to it, which I thought was real cool because they just showed up all the time, and that was, again, just kind of a cool thing. So I don't know if there's anything else I'm supposed to do here. It says something about shooting a light in its mouth. Apparently the scout doesn't like being shot into the angler's mouth. So I didn't know if it would like cast some sort of like weird shadow or something if I did that, or what. Doesn't appear to be. So I wonder if like the whole point of coming down here again was just to find out the scientific fact that anglerfish are in fact blind. And now I got oh, excuse me, what is this? Anglerfish study. The long growth protruding from its head is bioluminescent. Perhaps it uses this growth to attract prey. A lure. Yes, that's exactly why. An update. Melore, while I was here making sketches of the anglerfish, I observed the children I saw earlier playing here again. They've added a rule to their game that incorporates our research. It's wonderful. I'm entirely delighted. It's never too early to appreciate biology. Ah. This anglerfish's digestive tract suggests death by starvation. Visually, the specimen appears to be of the same species as the anglerfish and the dark bramble. We don't believe it originated from this planet. So how did it get here? Dang, finishing up college and becoming an adult. Dude, that's crazy to me. I mean, that was such a long time ago that I used to stream. That was like probably 7 years ago. And I'll sadly admit I don't remember exactly when the first time you showed up was. Like, I don't remember if I was playing a specific game that you came here for, or if it was just like kind of a thing where somehow you just stumbled in here. Anyway, that's great. Good to hear you're doing well. Good to hear college is almost done. I did that whole song and dance for a great many years myself, and am glad that it's over. Well, I appreciate that. Taking a chance on me. That's pretty cool. I remember, I don't know if this is it or not, but I do remember, for whatever reason, I used to, towards the end of my run, I started streaming Plants vs. Zombie Garden Warfare. And for whatever reason, that was like the most popular game that I ever played. People just like showed up to watch that, which was really just kind of surreal, because I didn't know that it was all that popular. Alright, so we just added a ton of stuff to our ship's log, as you can see. Um, and some of it we lower back stuff, that stinks. I know, unfortunately, I know it all too well. I also have a great deal of back stuff that happens, and I don't like it. No, don't mark it on my HUD. Entry. The Nomai built a shrine on the Quantum Moon to aid in the pilgrimage to its 6th location. Remember this final rule: to explore the 6th location, the shrine must be on the moon's north pole. So the shrine has to be on the North Pole, but you always land on the South Pole. I remember that. The pilgrimage to the Quantum Moon was a deeply significant journey for the Nomai. After the two groups of Nomai stranded on Ember Twin and Brittle Hollow were reunited, it became the united goal to find and visit the Quantum Moon. This is the Quantum Shard. Strange rock shard that wanders when no one is watching. The Nomai determine the shard is the reason objects in this grove behave in a quantum manner. The Nomai hypothesize the shard is actually a piece of the Quantum Moon, and it emits the same signal as the Quantum Moon. Interesting. I think I knew that, and I forgot, because I don't think I ever checked out the signal of the shard. So I may have to go back to do that, because I think you have to track it down. Giant's Deep, Timber Hearth. Yeah, I know there's a shard on Timber Hearth. Hourglass Twins. I have not found a shard on the Hourglass Twins, so maybe getting the signal programmed into my thing, then I would be able to find it here. And I know where it is, or Ember Twins, not Timber Hearth, sorry. Okay, so I might be able to like track down the quantum signal, because I've never been able to find the Quantum Moon. Like, it says you can see it from all these different places, and I've been to the Quantum Moon locator, but it can never find the Quantum Moon. So this says it travels to a total of 5 locations, but I think we know that to be false. I think it travels to 6. Nomai on Brittle Hollow observed a phantom moon that would sometimes appear in the sky. The Nomai on Ember Twins observed a moon that would disappear when no one was watching. The Nomai named Solanum landed a shuttle on the Quantum Moon. The Nomai built a shrine on the Quantum Moon to aid in the pilgrimage to its 6th location. Nomai moon sometimes disappears, possibly to an unknown 6th location. Many Nomai went on a pilgrimage during which the Quantum Moon carried them to its 6th location and most secret location. To explore, the shrine must be on the North Pole. The North Pole of Brittle Hollow is covered in snow and ice. There's a uniquely shaped Nomai ruin on the surface. They were able to warp here from the White Hole Station. This is where they first recreated warp technology. Okay, I knew about that. So it still says there's more to explore on White Hole Station. I haven't quite figured out what else it wants me to do there. If it's something on the station itself, or if it's something to do with the fact that stuff like warps through the white hole. I don't know. The Nomai successfully reproduced the temporal anomaly first observed at the White Hole Station. A warped object appears to arrive before they depart. The Nomai discovered they could increase the negative time interval between the arrival and departure by adding energy to the warp cores. Oops. The Nomai wanted to know if a 22-minute negative time interval was possible. They concluded it would require new technology to produce the necessary energy, as well as an advanced warp core to handle those energies. Ash Twin was proposed as a location for the project. Designs for each of the towers of Ash on Ash Twin's equator. Each tower warps to a different planet, although many Nomai were quick to note that the sun is not actually a planet. Each tower was designed to visually reflect its warp destination. The towers allow the Nomai to quickly travel between Ash Twin and all other locations crucial to the Ash Twin project. I do need to go back there someday and check out those warp locations. The now my plan to construct technology capable of producing a 22-minute negative time interval on Ash Twin. Wait a minute, 22 minutes, is that how long a loop is? Because I feel like it's around somewhere around 20 minutes. That may have something to do with something. Anyway. Alright, the Sunless City, there's more to explore here. The Nomai City, built into the walls of the huge underground cavern, the city is divided vertically into 4 districts. The Nomai debated building a sun station in order to power the Ash Twin project. Several Nomai opposed its construction, arguing that failure could result in destruction of the solar system. That's a good debate. The sun station is always there is a way to safely travel to the sun station from Ash Twin. The Nomai debated building a sun station in order to power the project. Okay. Chert has set up their astronomy gear to the north of the Ember Twin. Spotted an unusually high number of supernova recently. Escape Pod 2, that's where I am on this planet. One of the 3 Nomai escape pods crashed into the solar system. All 3 pods were launched from something they called the vessel, which was badly damaged. Nomai children used to play a game here. One was the anglerfish blindfolded the rest of the children, lined up against the wall. Where the anglerfish said go, the little fish had to sneak across. The blindfold rule was added because real anglerfish are blind. The adult Nomai were delighted to see the children incorporate the research into the game's rules. I've never done massage and I've never done a chiropractor before. I'm sure massage is probably fine, but I have concerns about chiropractic work. No offense if people like chiropractic work or they are chiropractors, but I've known a great many in my time in the medical field that are not good doctors, and I don't mean that in the fact that they are not good chiropractors, but they are just poor stewards of their authority, and they use it to manipulate people, and not in the chiropractic sense, but in the I guess manipulative mental way. And my sister fell into that and picked up some real wacky medical beliefs as a result that have, in my opinion, led to others being directly harmed. And I'm really just not a fan of it. And unfortunately, I feel like it's becoming more and more common in the profession. And so as a whole, I just have a huge distrust. And I know there's probably good ones out there, but I'm not really willing to seek them out at this point. But anyway, I won't go too far into it. I don't want to upset anybody, but because I don't want to make blanket statements, because I know it's not everybody, and maybe you know someone who's a chiropractor and they're a really good person and would never do any of those things, but anyway. It's just my opinion. Now I constructed a temporary settlement beneath their crash escape pod. They worked together to recall an eye-shaped signal they encountered while aboard the vessel. The signal was somehow older than the universe itself. Decided it was the eye of the universe. Why don't I remember that? Oh, was this on... Oh, this was on the Hollow planet. Okay. I thought this was on the planet I'm on now. And then, yeah, there was the panels of them encountering the signal and then being ensnared by the dark bramble and then trying to launch the escape pods, but you can see the one is actually caught in the bramble. Yeah, I mean, there's that aspect of it, which I also kind of agree with, where it's more of just like a relief thing than it is like a fixing thing. But I think it goes a lot deeper than that. But anyway, one of the 3 pods never made it out of the dark bramble. Yeah, that's what I said. And I've been to the dark bramble. I forget how I got there. But I was following Feldspar's signal. I know that. and I went to the Dark Bramble, but anyway. The Nomai warped to the solar system in a spaceship called the Vessel. They were attempting to follow a signal from the Eye of the Universe, crashed somewhere in Dark Bramble. The warp core broke when the ship crashed. The Hanging City. There's more to explore here. Oh, okay. I didn't do everything there. Oh, it's probably because that's where the, I think the Hanging City is where the Black Hole Forge is, and I think there was some other stuff there that maybe I didn't do yet. City is divided vertically into 4 districts. I found a switch in the Meltwater district that raises and lowers the Black Hole Forge. The Nomai debated how to obtain the powerful, highly advanced warp core required for the Ash Twin project. Okay, so there's apparently some more stuff in the Hanging City I need to find. Black Hole Forge is suspended below the Hanging City. I found a switch in the Meltwater district that raises and lowers the forge. The Black Hole Forge district is the highest district in the Hanging City. A Nomai named Poke planned to create a new advanced warp core in the Black Hole Forge. But I know that the teleporter on the Ash Twin took me somewhere near the Black Hole Forge, I think. Frozen Nomai shuttle. Nomai landed on the Interloper not long after its arrival in the solar system. The shuttle's equipment heard strange energy readings coming from somewhere beneath the surface. Clary, the Nomai who stayed behind, lost contact with the other 2 after they descended below the Interloper's surface. Shuttle's equipment heard strange energy readings coming from somewhere beneath the surface. 2 of the Nomai located a fissure in the ice on the Interloper's sunward side. They descended inside to investigate. I mean, there's definitely text on my screen. I think your stream's frozen. I think your stream's frozen. I mean, I'm not showing any dropped frames. 0%. Okay. Yeah, so I've just been reading stuff off the ship log. Another gravity cannon. Recall the Nomai shuttle from the Oh, so it recalled it from the Interloper. Interesting. Interesting. Most interesting. The one and only Harthian village, as well as the main source of explosions on the planet, the Nomai statue in the observatory opened its eyes and looked at me. I saw strange glowing lights, and my own memories flashed before my eyes. Hal says the statue has never opened its eyes before, despite Hornfell's best efforts. Zero G Cave is just a... So Gabbro, I have not gone to see Gabbro yet, so he's on Giant's Teeth to try to learn more about the Nomai statue. Nomai text in the observatory talks about calibrating some sort of device on the Attlerock, and that's the... I think it's the device that locates the Eye of the Universe, and I couldn't figure out how to calibrate it, so I left it there. Esker is growing a crop of trees at their camp. They seem to be doing okay, but they've probably been alone on the moon for too long. Platform to see all the different signals. Dark Bramble Seed. Seed from the Dark Bramble crashed here and already took root. Tektite wants to use a scout launcher to get a look at what's inside. My signal scope picks up harmonica music when I aim it at the seed. Launch my little scout into the seed. Somehow the seed is much bigger on the inside. And I went there. And I went to Felsvar's camp. He's alive. Doesn't think my scout tracker is wrong when it says my scout is in 2 places at once. They have a theory that space doesn't work the same in Dark Bramble. He doesn't sound overly eager to return to civilization. They've been enjoying the relative peace and quiet. And I found the frozen jellyfish, which is supposed to protect you from electricity, which will apparently at some point be useful when I go to the thingamajigger, Giant's Deep. Ryback has set up camp at the bottom of the crossroads. Their excitement at being surrounded by so much Nomai history is matched only by their terror of the black hole. Ryback is Timberheart's only archaeologist. They overcame their fear of space to explore Brittle Hollow's treasure trove of Nomai culture. Hello, kitty. you're meowing at me, aren't you? Yeah. Alright, this was like the last thing I did before I quit yesterday, so I should read this. The new, more sensitive locator the Nomai built in its observatory was unable to detect any trace of the eye signal. Based on their knowledge of the quantum moon, the Nomai believed the eye was in a distant orbit around the sun. Nomai decided to stop searching for the eye signal and instead look for it visually by sending out deep space probe. There were concerns that the probability of launching a probe in the correct direction would be absurdly small. Most cyclones on Giant Steep rotate clockwise, use to send things in orbit. There also exists a rare type of cyclone that spins the opposite direction, pushes object beneath the waters below the current. The Nomai decided to construct a probe cannon in orbit around Giant Steep, which I have not gone to yet. Okay, so I think that about catches me up on the ship's log. Now I totally forget what I was doing. How long have I been here? Where am I? Oh yeah, I went through a whole thing. I think this is the quote-unquote life where I found the anglerfish cave, and I learned about why the anglerfish are blind, or that the anglerfish are blind. I think I'm gonna try my luck again at going to the Ash Twin. Nope, Ash Twin. Oh, balls, balls. Oh, help me, Lord. Alright. And maybe see if I can find anything else interesting. Once some of the sand drains off. There's the interloper. Alright, this looks like maybe... This was maybe the Bramble Hearth teleporter. They're supposed to be in the shapes of things that represent where they teleport you. Yeah, so that looks like a geyser mountain. Oh boy. So that's probably Bramble Hearth. Oh, this is the one that I came to where I found this little thing that went downward, and then I immediately ran out of oxygen and died. Aha! Here's our first delivery. Yarrow, 1 warp core fresh from the Black Hole Forge. Root is installing the core sibling on Brittle Hollow as I write this. I wish I could wait here for you to arrive, but the forge and my unfinished work there is calling. I'll return with more materials soon. My gratitude, Clary. With this, the Ash Twin project is underway. I confess I'm deeply curious about what you and Poke found on the White Hole Station that started this project. Could I visit sometime to learn more? My gosh, the sand is so loud. I recommend you do. The White Hole Station is the model for the towers being built for the Ash Twin project, so visits to the station would be doubly useful. I suppose, more precisely, I would like to visit the Whitehole Station with you. Yarrow, stop using the scroll wall to flirt with my sister. In romantic matters, her density rivals a neutron star, and go meet her on the Whitehole Station. I'd be happy to explain our findings. Alright. So I wonder what this one is in the shape of, and where it would take me. Like, what is this? What is this the shape of, you know? Ouch. Well, I guess there's one way to find out. Just wait for it to teleport me somewhere. Brittle Hollow. Okay, apparently I was looking at a picture of Brittle Hollow. Did I look at this before? Oh no, this is what happened. This is what happened. That floor is a sticky anti-grav floor, I just realized. And I tried to jump off of it to get over to the board. And fell into the center of the planet, which is exactly what just happened there, except last time I fell in the black hole instead of smashing my head somewhere. Alright, so now I know that one is the bramble and not to jump. So let's see, Ash Project, Ash Twin Teleporters. Mountain equals Timber Hearth. Cyclone equals Giant Steep. So that was like a triangle castle thing. Equals Brittle Hollow. Do not jump. Underscore. Alright. So, I can't remember what I saw, if anything, at the Eye Shrine in the Sunless City. And it's telling me that there's more to explore in the Sunless City. So I'm wondering if in actuality I did not go there. No, not the sun. Not the sun. Thank you. Not autopilot me into the sun. I'm gonna try to go back, and I'm gonna go to the Eye Shrine again. And see what's there, because I feel like I either didn't make it there, or I don't remember what was there. But we'll go back. And maybe by the time I'm done putzing around there, Ash Twin will be empty enough that I can go back and check out those teleporters again, and this time not fall into the center of the planet. Alright. So yeah, I still, like I said, I'm not getting frustrated yet. I feel like I'm still making progress. Every time I feel like I get a little sliver of information. But I feel like it's been a little bit since I've had like a nice like aha moment where I'm like, oh yeah, here's, because figuring out the whole anglerfish thing was kind of unsatisfying because I kind of already knew that, but I guess I hadn't really applied that knowledge to this game. Although I've had very limited interactions with the anglerfish. Like one time, I didn't know that flying into the red light would basically send me directly into the mouth of an anglerfish, and so I was immediately eaten. And then the next time I found an anglerfish, I was looking to reset, so I flew into its mouth on purpose. So I hadn't really exhaustively explored, you know, the anglerfish space yet. Yeah, so like I went over there and I think I went up that thing, but I don't remember actually going in the shrine. I wonder if I got killed by like ghost matter or something before I actually... Yes, that is exactly what happened. I came in here and there's ghost matter somewhere. So there's like all these crystals, and usually the crystals mean ghost matter. Yeah, and it says ghost matter detected nearby. Okay, so there's some behind this wall. Okay, because there's me, and so it's at the back side of this wall. Kind of disoriented here. I don't see any more ghost matter though. A lot of cactuses. Balls. Dang it. Oh, there's stairs right here. Yeah, so here it's like seeped outside, so it's like right there. All seems to be okay. Doesn't look like I make it through there, so it doesn't really matter if there's ghost matter there or not. This just takes me outside. I don't feel like this is the eye shrine. I mean, I know this isn't the eye shrine, this is the gravity cannon. I feel like coming through that door not lead me to the eye shrine. Like, everything here is full of cactuses. So I don't think I can, like, go anywhere else. I don't even think there's anything in here. Yeah, just rocks and ghost matter. Alright, thanks Barb. Thanks for hanging out. Wait a minute, have I been calling you the wrong name this whole time? I feel like I might be having you mixed up with a different person, and I've been calling you a different name. That's completely wrong, and now I feel like an idiot and kind of a jerk. If true, please let me know. I believe I have you confused. I know there's like someone in Natural Dave's and Tom and Melody's world who, like, Melody and Dave always call them Barb, and their name is not Barb in chat. Superhero name for a female superhero. Lily, I think that response may be a little bit biased. Should have gone and got some more oxygen. Alright, so the whole floor is basically lava in this place. Good to know. I can come down here. Yeah, I don't know. Nope, that's Ghost. Oh, I didn't die though, but I have no oxygen. Yeah, I guess that would be part of it too, is it would maybe to know like what their proposed super ability is gonna be. Yeah, just like thinking of a lot of female superheroes, I feel like a lot of their names are like not very good. I feel they're very pandering to like, I don't know. I guess I'm just mostly thinking of like Wonder Woman, and it's like, ah yes, we've made a female superhero. Make sure everyone knows that she is a woman and also a wonder. Like, I don't know, it's very unoriginal, but I guess at the same time we were also getting names like Superman and Batman. It's like, hey, here's a guy who looks like a bat, what should we call him? Hey, here's a guy who has all the powers and basically no tangible weakness except for this rock that somehow a bunch of people managed to find. What should we call him? Hey, here's a guy who's very fast. Like, I don't know, yeah, I guess the early superheroes, like, hey, here's a guy who carries a Green Lantern. What should we call him? I don't know. How about Green Lantern? It's probably not helpful, I'm sorry. Alright, so we got gadgets and we got invisibility. My initial knee-jerk reaction is going towards something like Phantom something, or like other words for phantoms and ghosts that I had one in my head and it just kind of left me. Something like that though. Oh no, Technogeist. Don't use that one, it's bad. Maybe it's not, I don't know. I don't know, that's a tough question to just like... yeah, Danielle Phantom. Totally original. Will not get you sued by Disney, I promise. Huh. Prism. Okay, well, yeah, okay. Yeah, I think this is a good starting point. Like, if that is, like, some sort of, like, lore-based thing of, like, how her suit produces the invisibility effect, is that it's, like, some sort of prism technology. I don't think that's a bad name. Prism or Prisma, or, like, some sort of, like, derivation of that. I think that's not a bad not a bad idea. So I don't know, I feel like so I went in there and it was just all ghost. Ghost matter just kills you instantly. But if I go into the actual, like, shrine door, it just takes you outside. I feel like I'm missing something. No, this has gravity cannon. This isn't even the eye shrine. That's probably why. I mean, so I'm guessing this is the eye shrine, because it's got the eye on the shrine. Like, you can't really do a whole lot in here. What does this do? Oh, it closes the door while I'm in it. Not the best. Okay. But there's, like, not much you can do in here. I haven't found any writings. Mr. Gold TV series. I'm not familiar with that. So there's a thing in there that'll lift me up. But the question is, how do I in there? Here's the kicker. Without dying. This one pushes me up. I've already been through there. Okay, so that's like big ghost town energy right there. But I was able to get in from the other side by going through gravity cannon door. Thought. Okay. Yeah, I've never heard of that one. They're doing a TV series on it. That's interesting. I've been watching a few of the DC TV series on HBO recently. I watched Peacemaker. Thought it was very, very entertaining, very funny. And I've been watching the Teen Titans, or Titans, I guess. They don't want to be called teens anymore. I guess they're... Some of them look like teens, but apparently they're not teens. And that one I've been finding okay, and I want to eventually check out the Doom Patrol. Okay, this is weird because I feel like I managed to get in that building into a part of it that was not... Oh, there's stairs down here, okay. I probably should have gone and got some oxygen, to be honest. So the entire floor is ghost. Maybe there's some... Oh! There's some not ghost over here. And here is where the thing is. Oh, and there's oxygen in here. Perfect. Ah! Be welcomed in this place. This is a shrine. This shrine is a space to reflect on what brought us to the star system, the signal from the eye. We observed the eye's signal in our travels and followed it here to find its source. What we know is this: the source of the signal, which we have chosen to call the eye of the universe, is older than the universe itself. The rest we have yet to learn. Enter and open your mind to the possibilities. Alright. Progress. If the eye called to us, why won't it reveal itself? Why is it so difficult to locate? Did something happen to it? Interesting. Did the signal stop? Does the eye no longer desire to be found? Perhaps this isn't the eye's choice. The eye may not be able to communicate with us more than it already has. That's interesting to think about. Really interesting. Another dead person. Great. Is the eye natural or artificial? Maybe someone built it. The eye is older than the universe itself. How could something exist before its creator? It could be naturally occurring, though this doesn't answer how the eye could be as old as it is. Well, I mean, maybe combined with like this whole like negative time thing, maybe it was like created and sent through a black hole warp or something to a universe where now it is older than the universe itself. I don't know, just thinking out loud. Did the eye deliberately call out to us by sending the signal, or did we hear the signal by coincidence? Could be seeing meaning where there is none. Supposedly the signal was produced incidentally. Does that mean the eye is less important, though? Perhaps the eye wanted to be found. Could it be sentient? Maybe it chose us. Does the eye desire something from us? Could it need us in some way? Maybe it doesn't have to be us. Huh. Interesting. That is all very interesting. Yeah, so I think that's what I was seeing from outside. I found that window and it looked like the Eye Shrine, and I was like, hey, maybe that's the entrance to the Eye Shrine, but from the top, which appears to have been exactly correct. Okay, so I think I've read everything. I don't see anything else. However, I am noticing that this is a one-way a one-way trip, apparently. And I go back down. Huh. And there does not seem to be any other doors or windows. Unless I can do this. Nope, I thought I could shoot it through the window and break it. Well, I guess this shrine is my final resting place. It's got trees, huh? Wait, what's back here? Oh, the exit. Okay. Okay. So I think that was probably what we were missing in the Eye Shrine. That's probably why it was saying I had more to explore here. So now that I've done that, I feel like I can go. And this should lead me outside. To the gravity cannon. Now the question is, ¿Dónde está my ship? So I'd like to go to my ship and refuel, and then take it to the Ash Twin. maybe check out one of the other teleporters, or maybe the same one, but this time I know the trick. That jumping is useless. Highly unrecommended jumping. Alright, velocity is matched. Oop, I flew into the thing. So this one is shaped like the sun. So if... Oh, okay. We're okay. Don't leave the ship yet. Okay. Wait, why am I... Where... hello? Okay, apparently the sand stream, teleported me back to the other planet. Or not teleported so much as shoved. This one is shaped like the sun. So if I were a betting man, I would say that I have fallen off the bridge. Okay, we're fine. I would guess that this one is the one that takes you to the sun station. Oh, but the door is broken. Can I fit in through the roof? Apparently not. Oh, here we go. This back door. Some time has passed since I checked in with you, Pi. How are you and Ida progressing with the Sun Station plans? Presently, my assessment is that our plan will either fail explosively or succeed explosively. You know, I don't find that funny. How curious. Raimi thinks I'm a gas. I don't really recall requesting that you monitor this conversation, Ida. I don't see what state of matter you are has to do with this, and I don't recall supporting the Sun Station's construction, but here we are. Hypothesis. Time spent away from this station would be beneficial for both of you. I'm immensely interested in testing your hypothesis. That at least we can agree on. Alright, so some trouble in paradise. Ship log. Alright, so there's an entrance there, but it's blocked by cactuses. Cacti. There is one there, also blocked by cacti. A lot of cactus. I wish there was a way to deal with said cactuses. But as of yet, I have not found a way that doesn't involve puncturing my suit and running out of oxygen. So I guess I cannot go from here to the Sun Station. So even though the game was like, oh, there's this easy teleporter to the Sun Station so you don't have to fly there, I'm kind of getting the feeling that the game is going to make me try to fly there. The wall with no scroll. A dead person. Appears to be in some sort of suit, though. Interesting. No scroll here. Oh, roof on this one. Oh, this is sand. This is sand. I'm being extruded. Well, wait, am I okay? I think I'm okay. Falling back towards the correct planet. I think I'm okay. Oh, there's a scroll. Scroll. We made it. I'm a genius. Alright. was. Here we go. Friends visiting from the Hanging City, we are planning the Ash Twin project at the High Energy Lab on Ember Twin's equator. I became lost on the Ember Twin, my gratitude that Raimi found me, but the High Energy Lab is the building with the large solar panels. I'm surprised I didn't see it. Imagine our otherwise immensely clever Kanoi would lose his own head if it weren't atomically impossible. That wasn't that great of a message. I wonder if this one teleports you anywhere. Doesn't really have a... Or I wonder if these are supposed to be twins. So these are the... I don't know, would it teleport you to the twins, but I'm on the twins? So where would it teleport you? I guess we'll just stand here and find out real quick. I have a feeling the supernova is imminent because it feels like the sun's getting real big. Okay, so there went Brittle Hollow, so it's not sending me to Brittle Hollow. Which I wouldn't think, because the one that looks like a triangle castle sends me to Brittle Hollow. And what that is... apparently not sending me there. I don't think it's going to send me to Giant Steep because that one is supposed to look like a cyclone. I hope it doesn't fire me into the sun. There's Timber Hearth. Okay, I don't think this one's functional. Give it a few more seconds. Apparently my ship was extruded to the other planet as well. Oh, okay. It did teleport me back to... Okay, so those were the twins. Teleported me back to Ember Twin. Which is weird that there's a teleporter room then for this one, because how would you possibly... Oh, I never realized the teleporter rooms have black and white holes in them. Brilliant. Okay. More lore. But yeah, that's weird, because it's like, how would you teleport yourself to yourself, you know? Oh, that's the sun station. That one's broken. That's not good. So this one sends me to Timber Hearth. Here, I could go there and get my oxygen back. Although no, there's oxygen in here. But I don't really want to go to Timber Hearth. And the next one is Brittle Hollow. And this one is clearly a cyclone. So this is the Giant Steep one, but it's pushing me upwards, so I can't even go. Oh, here we go. More dead guys in suits. Okay. Oh, that's the supernova, impending supernova music. question is, what is this guy? I'm sure I'm gonna get in here and start reading about it and then immediately explode. Oh no, this is the back door to the sun station. Okay, which I can't apparently use. So I went full circle. Okay, so that's all the teleports. Thought there might be some other like more interesting ones or something, but no. Okay, well, you know what? We'll let's come up here and hang out for a minute. You don't have to worry about being personal. I still work. I work mostly in office, but I do have occasionally have the option or am permitted to work from home. But this week I'm on vacation, so I'm not working anywhere. Not necessarily. That's not actually 100% true because yesterday I did get onto my work computer for a bit because I was really quite agitated by a situation. So I've been trying to keep myself away from my work computer and email and all that stuff to just take this week to not be thinking about work because last year was pretty stressful. But I've been keeping an eye on my email though because I interviewed for a job last Tuesday. A new position, not necessarily a new job, new position at the same company I work for. I believe it would be considered a promotion, possibly more money. But anyway, I interviewed for it on Tuesday, and they told me that they wanted to try to move on this within about a week. So, I assume that meant they would be making an offer and wanting me to make a decision because I actually applied for 2 different jobs. And they basically told me in no uncertain terms that I was the top candidate for both, and that they would let me pick which one I wanted. The first job I interviewed ended up after the interview was over, and I had a chance to ask some more questions about the position. It's not exactly what I was hoping it would be, so I'm not really as interested in it. The second job is really essentially what I'm already doing, but in a more structured way, which I would be interested in. And also, if it comes with a pay increase, then obviously very interested. But also, since the job that is essentially what I'm already doing, I have a feeling if I didn't take this job and they, found someone else to do it, that would mean that there would be no more need for me. So I really am I have to pick one of the 2 jobs. So. One of them is an RPA, robotic process automation analyst. That was the one I was most interested in going in, but after asking the questions in the interview, it sounds like they're going to be outsourcing most of the work to India, and I would mostly have to be coordinating between India and the home office to get stuff done and implemented, and I wouldn't actually be involved in the actual development process, which is what I wanted. So I'm much less interested in that position at this point in time. So the other job is a business analyst position, which is essentially what I'm already doing, except like I said, it'll be a lot more structured. They want to send whoever ends up taking the job to get certified in, I think it's like IIBA or something like that. So anyway, so I've been keeping an eye on my email for this job offer to come through, so that I could look at it and potentially weigh my options. Even though my decision is all but made at this point, unless the RPA analyst comes back with like a significantly higher salary, which I highly doubt. I'm probably going to be taking the BA position. But anyway, so I was looking at my email and I saw one where somebody from another department got an email from somebody said, "Hey, we're waiting on this letter to be revised so that we can put it back into the system and start using it, and we really need to be using it. So what's the status on this letter?" And the girl who is from our communications department who was their department is the one supposed to be revising the letter because we had some policy changes in 2023 and the letter's out of date. Anyway, it's very boring. She's like, oh well, I have this email here from Pharma that says it's basically waiting on him, and I was like, whoa, 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 let's back up just a little bit. So I had to get in my work email so that I could intervene in that situation because I sent that letter to her in January and told her it needed to be revised. January 25th, actually, so almost 4 weeks ago. Um, and I'm still waiting on it, or I was. Um, and so when she tried to drag me and the guy from IT under the bus and say like, "Oh yeah, we're waiting on them for something," no, you weren't. I sent it to you a month ago. It really needed to have like 2 sentences changed on it, but they insist on touching everything before we're allowed to make any changes because if we use a word they don't like, then we get in trouble. So we have to pass everything through there. And so anyway, I had to get on my email yesterday, even though I'm supposed to be on vacation, and basically stick up for myself and the IT guy because this was not our fault. It was not in our court. And the email that she referenced to say that we were waiting on me and him was for a completely different for a completely different project, a completely different letter, had nothing to do with the topic at hand. And I was like, please, in the future, make sure that you're looking at the correct things before you accuse others of not doing their job. And I was a little blunt with it, but I tried to be nice enough that I wouldn't get fired. But I was pretty hot last night, and I texted my boss and I said basically in no other terms, I'm like, I'm getting sick of this shit. Because this is the third time in a month she's tried to drag either me or the IT guy or both of us, and say that the reason stuff's not getting done is because of us, and all of it has been sitting in her department for anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks. So anyway, that's what I'm doing now. So if you thought it was too personal to ask if I'm working from home, you're wrong. I'll talk about all sorts of stuff. But anyway, I've been going for like 4 hours. It's like 3 o'clock. I had breakfast when I first woke up, but I'm getting hungry. So I'm trying to decide if this is where I'm going to stop for today. Because I know, Pat's going on his like hot date night or whatever soon or soon-ish. I don't know what time you normally do that. I think I asked you yesterday, and you probably told me, and I probably already forgot. Around 5. Yeah, so I think by the time I eat and come back, um, I probably wouldn't do much more anyway. So I think I'm gonna stop there for today. Um, Maybe end off a little early. No, I know you're not controlling my stream, like in the sense that like I'm gonna turn some music on. Like it's not like I'm doing this for a living. I really am just doing this so that we can kind of hang out and discuss this game and stuff like that. So if the people who want to see it aren't going to be here, then there's no point in doing it. And I'm okay with that right now because, like I said, I am quite hungry. So I want to stop to eat. But then, like I said, after I eat, is there any point in me coming back? Probably not for an hour. So I think that might be a good breaking point because I also feel like I've reached kind of a natural conclusion on the planet I'm on, the twins, the hourglass twins or whatever they're called. I feel like I've kind of reached the conclusion there where I've found everything inside the planet, and now those teleporters are kind of the only point of interest left. But I also still have to go to Giant's Deep, and I still have to try to check out the Interloper apparently, because there's apparently some stuff going on there. So yeah, it just kind of feels like a nice natural breaking point. Kind of like yesterday, I had kind of finished all that I knew that I could on Brittle Hollow when I quit. Although now I know that there's a teleporter to the Black Hole Station or whatever it's called. So I might give that a try at some point because I know I was trying to figure that out yesterday. I figured out how to raise the station, but then I didn't know what to do with it. But maybe using that teleporter might be helpful, because it says that the teleporters are supposed to go to the important places on each planet, and if that's the important thing on that planet, I assume that's where it goes. So yeah, so I think I've kind of done what I can there, and now I feel like I've kind of done what I can on the twins. So I'll probably just break off here, and I don't know if I don't know if I'll come back tomorrow or if I'll wait till the weekend to keep going, like Saturday or Sunday. I don't know yet. We can talk later if you want. Maybe figure out a time that works for everybody. But if not, I'll probably just keep going, and you'll have to be like me and watch VODs. But yeah, I think next time I'll probably start trying to tackle Giants Deep. I know a little bit. I figured out a little bit about the planet from my other explorations. So I think I'm kind of equipped to handle some of the challenges of that planet now. So maybe when I go there, it'll be kind of a smooth sailing, because I know about the cyclones and I know about the jellyfish. So I'll probably go there, try to find Gabbro, and talk to him, and then maybe see what I can find there. But yeah, I think it's just a good natural progression place to stop, because I think I've kind of exhausted that planet. So maybe that's kind of what I'll do, is like one planet per day or something. And then who knows, hopefully finish it and find the ending. But yeah, anyway, thanks to everybody for hanging out. Thanks again for forcing me to play this game. Timing was kind of good because I had the week off, so I could do some of these longer streams during the day. But also I just finished Fire Emblem Three Houses, so it was kind of a good time to start a new game. But yeah, so yeah, we'll talk later. We'll try to figure out. I don't know if I want to do it. I know you talked about, you know, having time tomorrow. I don't know if I want to play again tomorrow, or if I want to try to get some more stuff done around the house. We'll see. It'll honestly probably depend on what I get done today, honestly, before I call it quits. But that'll all be things that I figure out later. Because what'll be nice though is that since I'm stopping now instead of later, I still got a couple hours at daylight, so I can maybe make a quick trip to the store, get some groceries and some dinner stuff, because my fridge is pretty empty. And yeah, oh, that's weird. Anyway, not to just like ignore your suggestion, but I'm actually gonna raid Karkala, because I have referenced her a few times in this stream, and she's a great streamer, and she's playing Ogre Battle March of the Black Queen, which is another one of kind of like my low-key favorite games. It's a tough game, it's a long game, it's a hard game, but I really enjoy it. And I used to do Ogre Battle draft nights like every Friday, which, you know, might be one of the nerdiest sentences ever spoken, but it was a really fun time, and so I really kind of have a love for that game. She's playing it right now, and she's also, like I said, kind of been my inspiration for getting into note-taking while playing games. She's a big proponent of that and has got me into it, which I really do kind of credit being able to finish some longer games in recent days, which has, you know, obviously been a goal of mine, to try to start wrapping some games up instead of just starting new ones all the time and never finishing anything. So I'm gonna send anybody over there who wants to go. She's kind of a retro streamer. She plays a lot of RPGs, but every once in a while she'll play some other stuff. But a lot of SNES era, PlayStation 1 era. I think I've seen her do a couple PS2 era games as well, but that's probably about as new as I've seen her go for her regular streams. And then every once in a while she'll do a weekend stream where she plays a newer game. Like I know a while back she did Tunic, and she did Garden Story, and a couple other kind of special event games. So I'm gonna go ahead and /raid. And send you all over there. And Tunic's another one that I've avoided a lot of spoilers for, with plans that I might someday play it, but I'm not sure. I have watched some of that game, and it seemed a little abstract. But then again, so was this game, and I'm enjoying it and making progress, so maybe I just need to get over it. But I think that game has difficulty that's a lot different than this game. The difficulty in this game is figuring things out, whereas I think some of the difficulty in that game is actually like combat and stuff like that, so I don't know that I would necessarily enjoy it, but we'll see. Anyway, I'm gonna head off, get some lunch, and then maybe go grocery shopping, and then who knows what the night holds. But thanks again for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed watching me fly around space and crash into stuff, and everybody have a wonderful Thursday evening.